I know it's a long-term thing, but that's what, even if we go there and we're talking about the food, we need to get the price of food down. But we also need to fix the system. Once that is done, then it becomes a long-term thing, so that whatever happens, whoever we have there, being the president and those three arms of government, that if they are working properly, then the country will function. You know, that's what happens in other countries. In developed world, that's what, if you go out there and focus on one part of our problem, these are very, very, I mean, they're not going to, you fix this side, then there is something else coming up from the other angle. But if you fix the system, then you'll be able to then the system will run itself. That's what I'm trying to say.
Of protest.
So I
within
think
the
that's
Nigerian
what
constitution,
it's not something that we'll just go out there and fix in a day. It is something that will go out there and sit until, I mean, these people were able to change our national anthem within a space of hours. So the National Assembly, they can change this and give us what we need. If we stay there and insist that they give us what we need, because they can do it. I know that there's someone also mentioned that they're on break. But I mean, if there is an emergency in a country, they can be recalled. So I think that's what people need to. We're not going out there to destroy things, because that's what people want. You go out there and you raise anything, then it will just become bloody and it will just be senseless. But we need to stay there, and we need to, the things that we have already, we need to protect them while we are making our points, so that we will not be like them. We're not like these people. They don't care whatever we have in this country, we burn it down. It doesn't bother them, because they are children and they can leave the country really, really quickly. So they don't care. It will be us, the ordinary people, that will lose a lot. So remain focused, remain a patriotic protester, and do what you need to do. Stay there as long as you, and if anyone is out there, because they will send people to come and infiltrate, dig all those ones out and make sure that you protect yourself from them. I yield my mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, nice one, for this submission. Um, I want to appreciate all obedience and all the well-meaning Nigerians who, have also lent their voices, and all those who have been, holding 1, 2, 3 spaces to make sure that we keep things up. 2 days ago, it was quite a very emotional one. We're on a space, and this man came on space. I think Dr. Mo, I sent you the video, and talked about how difficult. I knew that something had been going on. A few months ago, I held the space and I hosted the space, and the question was, what's going on in the north? Because I knew something was going on in the north. First of all, the northern governors came and said they won't allow any food to come down again from the north. No trucks. They won't allow any trucks to supply food to anywhere again. I knew something was going on, but we didn't really catch the information. And our media, and that's why I'll keep saying it, we are our own media. Please try as much as possible to connect with the person to your right and to your left. Let's strengthen ourselves, because we are our own media. The information we are getting today is not because any TV station or any media station actually brought it up. It's because we brought them up, that this is what is going on. Even most media houses now, they depend on us to give them information of what is going on. Now virtually everyone in Nigeria now has turned to journalists. I'm telling you, I'm political analysts. So that's just the thing. So please, the earlier we understand this fact, the better for us. Try as much as possible to connect from the top down to the bottom, starting from Dr. Mo down to the last person you can see on the space. make sure that you are mutuals with that person. All right, let's strengthen one another. Thank you so much. So let's move. Please, let's try to stick to the 2 minutes time frame so that we'll be able to, take as many submissions as we can take today. So I'll take a male. All right. Let's go to yeah. So we have Chico. Chico, let's take you. Then we take another female. Chico, over to you. Thank you. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Schultz. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Moore, the boss himself. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending where you are spacing from. Okay. Today, like my other brother spoke earlier, I want to say that today is one of my very um, how will I put it, my very sad day, kind of, I'm a very emotional person, like Schultz says. I am very, very emotional. When something like this happens, I feel it affects me, emotionally and all. But I am not that emotional to the point that I will, become cold and, start losing my hope on something that I believe in. I want to say that um, PO is a strong man. PO is a phenomenon. PO is an institution that I believe in the nearest future, PO, the likes of PO will be um, will be studied. The Nigerians will study, his life, his kind of lifestyle and all that. Just like what we are doing now to, understand Mandela and Martin Luther King and all that. And I want to say also, people who are around PO, he's able to um, influence their belief and is able to affect them positively. People like them, Dr. Moore and Aisha and the likes, and even people like us who are far from, who are, a kind of far away, but from the far position, we're still learning and we are becoming, stronger every day with the kind of, lifestyle of PO. Why I say this is that, when you look at what is happening right now, you will know that PO has become a spirit, just like what Dr. Moore said. PO has become a spirit that anybody that is attached to PO or is following PO to, to bet a new Nigeria, you will see that the person is passionate. And I tell you, some people are not passionate; they are just passionate by mouth. Some people are, have their selfish reason because this movement brought the good, the bad, and the ugly. So some of the people who are, who are very influential and they are out there and they are close to PO. They are very strong in this movement. They use the movement as a stepping stone, okay, to shine. Some of them came for a reason. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for us, that reason was not achieved, because if PO were to be in the office today, I believe that some of these people would have been at the helm of affairs of things, and they may cause more damage to PO and us than anything or than any other person. So we thank God that these things are happening. When I saw the letter, that Kenneth Okonkwo wrote, I just knew it that for the past 3 weeks or 4 weeks, his body language, the way he spoke the other time, and the way he has been saying things, I just knew that he was up to something. But I won't blame him, just like I didn't blame Balami Isaac. He's a very close friend of mine too, Balami. I didn't blame him. I didn't even send him messages since from that day that he sent that message when I confirmed from him. But I want to say that it's only a strong heart, a strong person, with a determined mind, to make a change or to effect a change that will remain in this movement. I tell you, a lot of people will chicken out, just like what Pio told Dr. Mo. A lot of people will fizzle out. So some of them will get weary. Some of them because of their business, or some of them because of the money. Some of them because of, their personal selfish agenda. They will fizzle out. They will chicken out, because they will look at all the things and they see that they are not gaining anything in the movement again, and they are not sure, because they really don't believe from the initial time. They really don't believe in the movement. If you believe in this movement, you will stay with PO through thick and thin. I've seen how I've read about PO's this achievement in Anambra, and of my own, by myself, I went online and I discovered PO. So nobody would tell me about PO, and I tell you, I'm already, um, I'm already I'm already affected by this spirit. You understand that you can't bribe me. If I talk about the new Nigeria, I talk about it with passion. I talk about it with my energy. I talk about it with the whole of my heart, and I believe in it the way people believe in it. So because of that, I believe that there is nothing that will change me. There is nobody that will come and buy me. I am not there. I don't have the millions that I can sustain my life. Sometimes I even stay hungry the whole day because of this bad government. But I tell you, I am not shaking. Nobody can tell me, what I believe. Nobody can come and bribe me. Nobody can come and change my mind. And that's why I believe in this protest, because I believe that this person that is in that Aso Rock cannot effect the change that Nigerians need. And he is somebody that can never make any change in Nigeria. So if some people are believing that if we go and do this protest, he's going to, start making some changes, you'll be wasting your time. The only thing, like this, my sister said, the only thing that we need to do is to make sure that the process of the election, you see, the major thing that was supposed to even put as number one is the electoral reform. Because if we go hunger day, and he decided to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to, solve the problem of the hunger. I'm going to buy food. I'm going to make sure I reduce the cost of food in the market and everything. I'm going to, push money for, to the agri department so that they can do something. What next? The issue of the process of choosing a leader is not, taken care of. Because if you don't have a good electoral reform, this guy will still manipulate his way to becoming, the president next time. So how are we going to, solve the problem? The issue of banditry will still be there. The judiciary collapse today is as a result of Tinubu being in power, because it wasn't worse like this. In fact, APC, let me say APC, because during the PDP and the Goodluck Jonathan, the judiciary was not as porous as this. So imagine this person being in power. Do you see anything good coming out of this man? No. And I can tell you, with my chest, that the reason why Labour Party is having problems is because this man is in power. He manipulates the Labour Party. He can use money to do anything possible to make sure that Labour Party, remain the way it is, so that PO will not be on the ballot. All of us should use our head and understand that with this guy in the villa, with this guy in Aso Rock, no party is going to be a one-party system. That is why today PDP cannot breathe. PDP has talk, because he has hold them to their balls. They cannot move. And he's doing the same thing to Labour Party. And some people are coming out to start blaming Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a phenomenon that people should understand. He is a wisdom personified. He cannot, because he wants to be in power, jettisoning his own personality. He is somebody that is strong in and out. But because of that, his gentleness, people now, take him to be a coward. No. With what he did in Anambra, people should be able to know that this guy is a strong man. He's a stubborn gentleman. I repeat, he's a stubborn gentleman. People may think as if, he's weak if he comes. Imagine what Okonkwo said. He said that he does not believe, one of his lines that I read, that does not believe that if PO will be given the position, or he will be given the mandate, he's not sure that PO can be able to lead Nigeria, or he can be able to protect the vote or the mandate of Nigerians. How can you work with this person from in a close range, but you don't know the person? Me, I know PO. I've never met him one-on-one. I met him once in my local government, Bokos, when he went to see the people at the IDP. I was opportune to be in the village because of my younger brother's wedding. So he just came in a very quiet this thing, and he just within few minutes we came and supported him, and then within few minutes he left. That was the only time that I met with him in a close distance. But to tell you the truth, I know PO more than Concord. If you know PO, you will not leave PO at this time. I believe in PO 100%, and I know that he is the only person that I believe that he can make a change at this point in time. Because look at most of these politicians; they are either corrupt, or they have one baggages, that they are carrying in their life. How do you want to support that kind of person? That's why it beat my imagination to imagine that Balami will leave Labour Party or leave PO to go and join APC. I mean, what kind of imagination? That's why up to today I cannot be able to, phantom it. That how can he leave LP or leave PO and go and join APC? It irritates me because, truly speaking, I don't understand how people leave, any party to APC. I see a lot of House of Reps senators leaving PDP to APC. You just know that these are the average Nigerian politicians that we have, and these are the people that the problem that we have, and these are the people that PO is talking about. Are we truly really ready for this change? If we are ready for this change, then we should be able to be patriotic. And if you are patriotic, you should be able to damn anything in this time, to be able to sacrifice your life, sacrifice your business, sacrifice whatever that you are doing to make sure that you give your life to new Nigeria. Because if you do not do what PO is doing, I'm telling you, we are not ready for this change. And I tell you, most Nigerian politicians, they are average, politicians in Nigeria. They cannot, sacrifice. That is the problem that we have. But I believe strongly that PO is somebody that can be able to, effect change in Nigeria. Imagine he got some offers when he was in the office as SEC chairman, as governor. Imagine somebody being given 500 million. Sometimes I ask myself, I say, how can PO be in Nigeria? This kind of personality, I ask myself, I said, maybe in a generation, God bring some kind of personalities to a generation so that he can help them solve their problem. PO 500 million, genuine, legal money. He said he turned it down. He said, no, take it to the coffers, take it back to the coffers of the government. So you tell me this kind of person, you are close to him, and then you come and say you have not seen anybody that can lead a new Nigeria. You are leaving this person to go and join who in Nigeria? In this country that we are in, Jagaban, Abi, Atiku, Abi, who? Or you want to go and contest with PO? Do you understand? So I cannot imagine it, honestly speaking. That's why, he's going, was a mixed feelings for me. I know he took bullets, a lot of this thing to, for PO, but sincerely speaking, I'm disappointed. At this point that we're even struggling, this point that we have this, monster that we're facing, this bad governance that we're about to go and protest, then you are coming to come and dampen our spirit, to come and, discourage us, to come and ridicule us. No, we will not be deterred. We will not be discouraged. We are focused. We are going all out for this protest. I am going all out for this protest. The reason why I'm going all out is because I know that if I sit down, I will be wicked, I will be a hypocrite, I will be insensitive, I will be selfish. So I have to go out, because I know if I go out, that political reform, that electoral reform will be effected. And we will not leave that place until they effect that electoral reform, until they put it, to become a law, that IREF will be there, BVAS will be there, everything will be there. And they should also reform the judiciary. We are not going to leave the street. We are not going there to beg for food. We are not going there because of hunger. Yes, we know hunger is part of it, but it's the least of our problem. Our major problem is the political system, the process at which leaders are emerging in the governance. You understand? So please, nobody should be discouraged. Everybody should know that PO is equal to the tax, and I know that at the end of the day, he will win this fight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, people. Thank you for your submission. Please, let's try to stay within the time frame of 2 minutes submission. I know it's a bit small, but because we have a lot of requests, and we need to give room for people to make their submissions. So I'm going to go for a lady. I can see a voice, so I'm not sure if it's a lady, but I believe it's a voice. So please, a voice, use a voice to speak. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I think, Chico, that's like the longest 2 minutes we've all ever experienced. So thank you for that experience. Jokes aside, I think based on what other speakers have said, definitely I feel Nigeria is at a point where it's not just a protest for hunger. It's not just short-term or immediate changes. I think we've passed that point, and that a lot of Nigerians recognize the significance of long-term changes and reforms. And what Nigeria has never really had is this continuation plan where an administration comes in with policies to bring about positive changes for the people, and then they step down and the next government comes in and they continue. What we've seen historically for Nigeria is everybody comes with their ideologies, with their mindset, with their objectives, which is everything but the development of the people or nation building, capacity building, whatever it is. That's what we've seen in Nigeria. So definitely when we come out to protest and we come out with our demands that are non-negotiable, they are 100% about systemic and institutional reform in the immediate, short term and long term. That's that. However, I think it's also important as well that on these lives, while we're leading up to the protests, we start to hone in on the value of preparedness. So I feel we would have seen, obviously, being on social media, that we are now social analysts or journalists in our own right, that a lot of people are being arrested and are being captured. And the reality is, unfortunately, because of the activity of the government trying to blockade this protest, you know, it's very serious, and they're not trying to ensure our safety or protect the protesters. Rather, they're trying to shut us down. As a result of that, we need to be prepared. So what is your exit strategy? What is your plan on the day of the protest when you're coming out? Are you going to tell people where you are? Are you going to share your location? If, God forbid, you get captured or arrested, what is the first thing you're going to do? What in that 1-2 minutes while you still might have your device, who are you going to tell, you know, what's happening with you? That, like, these are the kind of things that we need to really start thinking about now, because this is real. It's no longer us speaking on a platform. If we're coming out, we need to be ready and we need to be prepared and understand the reality of what we're getting into. I'm really scared. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like, okay, now I have to stop being a keyboard warrior, because at the end of the day, I'm sharing opinions and saying how I feel on my mobile phone at home comfortably. But I also appreciate that this moment is bigger than me. So I'm going to have to come out, but I need to be prepared. And don't be alone. Like on that day, we as protesters have a duty to protect ourselves and each other, but also any misfits, any violence, any destruction, we shut it down. Okay, we shut it down because we don't want them to have an opportunity to take away from the very purpose of us coming out. Okay, we don't want to hear anything. We know what happened in NSARS. We know what's happened in all of the other previous protests. They've always been the ones that have brought about chaos and blamed it on the protesters. But guess what? We will learn from history, and history remembers. We've seen how they did it previously. Let us make sure we don't do it again. So please be alert, be conscious, have a plan, and be prepared when you come. Don't just come blindly. Be prepared and have a plan. That being said, I ask God to protect us and grant us success in this moment in time. And I wish Nigeria the greatest success, and I wish Nigeria a victory. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for staying within the time frame. Thank God for women.
Charles, sorry to interrupt you. Can I just quickly say something and then go, please? I'm going to stay within the time frame. I promise. I promise.
All right.
Right.
All right.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mo, first of all, thank you very much for hosting this gathering of people here. It's very important that we start to strategize and get things ready for the D-Day. There's some, I want to talk about two things briefly, and the two things are basically definitely about the Kenneth the Conqueror stuff. It's unfortunate that he has left us, but then again, we do have, there are casualties in war, and I just look at it as he's a casualty in the ongoing fight for this heart and soul of Nigeria. So it happens. But the thing that really gave me encouragement, and was your piece that you put on Twitter. It really did touch my heart. Some of the things that you said that Pio said, which is which are very encouraging and very heartwarming. I think one thing about Nigerians, and I say that I'm a Nigerian as well, so I include myself and everybody else, is that we are always in a hurry. Maybe we need to slow down the tempo a bit. And Pio is the kind of person that he does it slow and steady, and not minding what people are thinking, not minding what people are saying. And that is a good strategy. We're always in a hurry. We need to slow it down. Example in time is Nelson Mandela. He spent almost 25 years in jail, and eventually, when he came out, he became the president of South Africa. I'm not saying it's going to take PO 25 years to be president, but what I'm saying is good things come to those who wait. Basically, that's the saying, and it's true to this day, and will always be true. Right. The thing is, what we always have to remember is that the vision of PO is coming to fruition. The fact that we're protesting is part of the vision. The fact that Nigerians are waking up to their reality is part of the vision. The fact that we're going to go out there and do what we need to do to win the heart and soul of Nigeria is part of PO's vision. So his vision is coming to fruition, and it will surely come to pass. Right. Regarding the protests, I want to agree with what Jabale that just spoke now. Is it her voice? Very good points that she made there. We have to be safe when you're going out to protest. Don't go alone is what I always say. If you're go in twos and threes. Make sure you have like a handkerchief and water and something to chew on. And be mindful that this is a patriotic duty. It's not a war of violence, and it was not a war of attrition or violence or anything. We have to be mindful of what we're doing and be conscious of your surroundings. Look around you. Look at the people that are around you. Know who's around you. Know who's part of it, and be careful of the miscreants, because there's a possibility that the miscreants might be thrown into the mix to try and stir up things. But always be mindful of your surroundings. Then regarding what we're demanding for, look, let's be basic. Restructuring of Nigeria as a nation, decentralizing the power of the president is part of it. Judicial reforms, all this unnecessary spending that's been going on. Look, let me give you an example. In the United Kingdom here, the parliamentarians live in their own personal houses. They don't have all this power. Breakfast allowance, tea allowance, and all kinds of stupid and ridiculous allowances. And then scrapping things like office of the first lady, first son, first daughter, first dog, first cat, first rat. It's ridiculous. All these things are unnecessary. We can't afford it. So all these things need to be scrapped as well. These are some of the demands that we can consider as well. And of course, reforms of judicial reform and electoral reforms and so on and so forth. So as you are protesting, as you're going out there, remember that there's a reason why you're out there. Remember that this is not about an individual, it's about Nigeria. And I wish all of us the best and Godspeed, and believe in God that nothing stupid will happen, that people will go out, protest, come back, and there'll be no issues of violence, because the government is taking it as if it's going to be violent. It's going to be, I don't know what they know things that we don't know. That's, something that we have to consider and look into as well. Thank you very much once again. I saw Flag Boy, the one-man power man. Well done, Flag Boy. You are an amazing man. You think that you're doing this thing on your own, but I tell you that a lot of people around the world are seeing you, are seeing what you're doing. We appreciate you, and we pray God will continue to protect you and be with you. Dr. Mo, Schultz, everybody, thank you very much for hosting and co-hosting. Appreciate it. We in the diaspora, we are with you guys. You might not believe it, but we are with you in body, mind, and soul. And in some cases, some people are actually coming back to Nigeria because of the protest. So Godspeed with all of you. Thank you very much, and I yield the mic. I hope I was within my 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maureen, for your submission. That was a wonderful one. Yes, we have a lot of requests, so please let's stay within the time frame so that we can reshuffle the mic as quickly as possible. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm going to take we've heard from two women, so let's take our submission. I know Alien, you're a man, right? So
Yeah.
Alien, over to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, please.
Firstly, I'd like to say thank you, Dr. Mo, for that tweet. I'm telling you, you don't understand the hope. It brought to a lot of obedience. Hearing that tweet, reading that tweet. Trust me, it was like when you are thirsty and somebody gives you like just a cup of water. So we're not just trying to praise you here, but I know what I'm saying. You know, that statement that Pio said to you, in Nigeria, we feel like we want to use violence to solve everything. We want to use, should I say, giddy, 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 to get where we want to. Most of the times does not work. And I have seen a lot of other political aspirants try to use this same giddy gada. If I'm to use that English, please, sorry for those people who don't understand pidgin here. You are trying to do B, and it has not still produced it. For example, our brother Showore, you can see how he's trying to use the protest way, the day of rage, different things, and it has not produced the result for him. And I wonder why a lot of Nigerians want PO to go there and stage protest to remove Labour Party president, destroy the structure and rebuild again. I don't think that is PO's personality. That is not PO. If you understand who PO is, you will know that this is somebody who believes in principles, who believes, you can outsmart people by just doing the right things. In fact, why he's in Labour Party today is because if he had stayed in PDP, he knew the dirty things he needed to do during the primaries to get to where he needed to be. And he said no. I remember PO saying, if you want to call yourself excellency, then the process in which you get to that place should be excellent. And that is why we, the people, have to fight. That is why one of my major demands is that these electoral reforms, if we can demand for good election, an election where everything counts, then we are one step towards seeing the Nigeria we are dreaming for. If we ensure that the process in which the INEC chairman is there is not a partisan process, or we are enforcing things like the IREV, ensuring that IREV transparency in all these things is happening, then that is that is a way to ensure that, you know what, we the people are doing our own part and ensuring that the process is right. I beg all of us, because I can see a lot of despair. Some people are now having double thoughts. Some people are saying, and they read what Kenneth Okonkwo said, and he's making some sense and everything. But I'm calling on us to be united in all fronts, to realign ourselves with the vision we want for Nigeria. Do we want to bully our way to the top? Do we just want to trample on every person that says no to us and get to the top? Or should we be strategic in everything we do? That is very important to me. And I am calling us, please, let's come out with one voice. Let's go out and say, this is what we want. This is our demand, in a peaceful way. In a very, very peaceful way, and get what we want. For the APC people, I can see some of them on this space listening to us right now. Tinubu himself has, what do you call it now, has protested in several protests, participated in several protests, even against the military regime. It was fine then, but now that we want to protest, it is not fine. Where is the logic in all of these things? Then you were not scared of anarchy, you were not scared of violence, but now we want to do it because it is Tinubu. You are now scared of violence and anarchy. I don't think it is right. And we respect Alex Oti for what he has done in Abia State, everything, but that statement he made that we must go and write to the police those people who are protesting, we must go and put the leaders of the protest and everything in this country where we know impunity is the order of the day. I should go and submit my name and address and phone number to the people, to police, so that one day they will just enter my house and pack everybody in my house. Haba, are we fools?
Alien, that was not what he said. I watched the interview.
Okay, okay.
He didn't say that you should present anything. He only said that, you should, seek permission from them. I think that was the statement, for protection. So that was the phrase. It was, for you to get permission from the law, agency. And I think that was just what he said. I think it was based
Okay,
on
okay.
best of
Well,
his
I'll
knowledge.
go and watch the
Yeah.
video again. If I see the video and you are right, maybe I will tag you. But if I'm right, I think I will tag you to that part so that you listen to it again, so that we'll not argue. But all I'm just trying to say is, yes, I think what the IGP is saying was he was quoting one of the public acts something of 1976, where he was saying if you need to protest, that if you read that act properly, but subsequently in 2008 there have been laws that have said, you know what, you don't need to go and be registering your name with police before protest. It is against fundamental human right and everything, section 40, section 39, and so on and so forth. So please, I beg us, let us be law abiding citizens. Let's just come up with our voices. Nobody goes with an arm, any form of weaponry there. Nobody goes to loot. Nobody destroys any property. We don't even have properties in Nigeria. So please, the little ones we have, don't destroy them. And please, to my fellow youths out there, it is not the time to go and be smoking weed and drinking all manner of things in the protest ground. Let us be focused. Look at what China has been able to accomplish in their country. Go and see how young people are doing things in India and producing engine blocks there. So please, let's do the right thing and let's be focused. And please, I beg us, let us be united. Let's stand with PO and let's move this country forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alien. Thank you for your submission. So we're going to take okay, Mom Bolali, you're welcome to the space. Let's take Dr. H Evergreen, then we'll take Mommy Bolali. So we'll take two ladies. Please, men, let's be gentle. Thank you so much. Dr. H Evergreen, over to you. Dr. H Evergreen, are you there? Okay, so let's go to Mommy Bolali. While we Mom Bolali, over to you. Thank you.
Yes. Good. It's not evening. Okay, it's almost morning. Good morning. All right. So hello everyone. I came up first. I wanted to drag Dr. Mo, but I changed my mind. I'm gonna drag him. Behind the scenes. I've watched the timeline with interest. And there was a debate also in the UK group that I am a part of, about the peel, this, peel, that, and I've said it and I've also tweeted it, that Nigerians want a strong man when really and truly what we need is strong institutions that can stand against strong men. And I think that's something that Pio ascribes to. He would never be that person that will come and impose or force or do anything that is not following due process, that is against the law. Because what we need to understand is the brand of politics that has gotten us to where we are now, right? That is what he's standing against. Right, he was part of a system. He can tell us. I mean, I've never tried to get be elected for what I don't even want to, but he has held office. He came out you know, and he set himself apart. And in doing what he has done over the last 2 years since he declared, you know, it's almost miraculous, because whether we like it or not, the way PO has moved has enabled us. I mean, I don't know about you, but me personally, right, as old as I am, I could not tell you what was in the Nigerian constitution because of PO. We all started reading the Electoral Act. We all started, we were getting master classes on it here on Twitter because of PO, right? He exposed the rot that was in the judiciary. He exposed the corruption. You know, were you ever concerned before? Yes, they would give. I remember in 2019 when they gave judgment for Article, the Supreme Court, barely anybody said anything, right? What do Nigerians usually do? What Nigerians do normally is, at the end, it is winner takes it all, and the loser goes home and comes back in 4 years' time. In the interim, they do nothing. And PO is showing us that that's not the kind of politics that we should be doing, right? He's made us all into active citizens, right? And what pains me is, you hear the conversations behind the scene, you have expectations of what's going to happen, and then it happens, right? And then you have obedience falling over themselves. I don't know what. Why? If you want a new Nigeria, then why are you pushing him, right, to become an autocrat that's going to take over the Labour Party? What have you yourself done? What role have you played? Not be all of us here. They talk, say, hey, we won't, they corrupt, they were not joining them, and blah, 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 without thinking about the role you can play from the grassroots to get to your state level and then to get international. We all wanted to move in and become our guys. Oh, he should have done this, he should have done that. He should have done what? Suddenly we all know it all. And that's not to say that I believe PO knows it all, because no, right? As every one of us, he too has his flaws. However, what is pissing me off is when they want to leave a Haban. Which one is this long threads? They start sewing threads. They start giving it. Get the fuck out and go by your way. Nobody's holding anyone. How many of us, when we joined the obedient movement, or when we decided that we were obedient and became part of this movement, I can't remember ever, you know, taking completing a membership card, although I am a member of the Labour Party. But that doesn't mean that I can't tell them off when I want to. If I had an idea, if I wanted to be a politician, right, then I would do the right thing by going to the grassroots and starting from my ward, right? I'm doing what I need to do from there. But everyone is in a hurry. Where are you going? It is a hurry that we were in, right? When we should have been building those strong institutions, right? That we ended up with Buhari because we were so the opposition was telling us about this vast amount of corruption, right? Forgetting that there were institutions that we should have been asking for them to be strengthened. Right now, it's all been bastardized and there's nothing. And so, therefore, in order for us to get to that new Nigeria, we should stop. We should stop being so impatient, right? And trust the process. Right, here we are all getting ready to protest, right? Some of you that are whining online will sit in your houses on the first and will not come out. Likewise, some of us in the diaspora who have big voices, who are dragging PO, if you ask them to come out to protest in the diaspora, they will not turn up. I know this because I have tried. Right? But because I have decided that even if it is just me, which is why I love Flag Boy. He's not waiting for anybody. He's doing what he needs to do, right? And that is the mentality we all should really be having. Pio is one man. And there's no point if every time something happens and somebody says something, you're all agreeing, which means you don't actually know who you are yet. Here's the thing, a lot of people who joined the movement, those who are politicians, right, who joined the obedient movement, they saw the way the wind was blowing and they wanted to be part of it, not because they want that new Nigeria, they just want to get power. They want to have a seat at the table or be close enough to that table to get crumbs. You know, and that is the problem we have. And therefore, after they've waited, they're waiting. Pio is going to do this, Pio is going to do that. They want him to act out of character. Why are we like this? You know, how is it that, and I think part of our problem, and I was telling somebody this afternoon, part of our problem is when it comes to politics, it has never been ideology. It's never been ideological in its approach, in its policies, in anything. I mean, APC get ideology other than to snatch it, right?
That we can run away with it.
Run away with it, right? And that is part of the problem, right? And here is suddenly we have Pio as a leader who espouse certain principles, which sometimes, right, when I want to curse people out on a timeline, I remember like Pio will say, why are you doing this? My sister, why are you doing this? That's what I kind of like have to say to myself, in actual fact, maybe there's another way of doing that. Right. And that is what transformational leadership is about. Having a leader who espouses these certain ideals, right, that you become part of who you become, right? Because if we are building a new Nigeria, it is not about a new political party. Because if we still have the same dirty political mindset, right, we're wasting our time because we'll be going around the houses and not getting anywhere. Right. If we want transformational leadership that will lead to this new Nigeria, then we need to stop all of this. I mean, it's like when Balami left, people did, you know what I did? I went to, when he said this, he said everything. What did I say? I said, hey, are you leaving to the APC? I laughed and I left the place. I did not go to any space. I refused to. Because guess what? Nobody was forced into the movement. And therefore, if they decide that it is no longer them, then they can go. Right? All of this noise making, right, is about them and their political career, where they want to go next. So they have to publicly denounce us. They have to publicly say horrible things about PU so that they are acceptable to those who do not have such standards. Right? If you are a true obedient, then have standards, and your standards should be first and foremost, you would do things properly. It is due process. You would do what you need to do at the time it needs to be done, as opposed to trying to force the issue, right? Because you want to get somewhere really quickly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's going to take a while, but it's going to take all of us, not just Pio. Pio is one man. When Pio gets to a certain age, he will sit down and he will be writing letters like Obasanjo, right? We are the ones who are going to be left. Well, not me, because I'm kind of closer to his age than I am to a lot of people in the movement. But you get my gist, right? Okay, for example, right, the kids know in my household, I talk about Peter, everybody knows about him. I rope them in. When I said I was going to protest next week, Wednesday, which, by the way, if you're in the UK, make time, come out. It's the first one, but we'll see how we get on. When I said it, my youngest was the one who was like, Mom, why are you going out to protest? And I explained to her, she was like, I'm coming too. Right? That is leadership that has now transcended the generations, because she's the youngest. Right? and that's the kind of behavior that we need to mirror. And in terms of the protest, there's no obedient that will go out there and be violent. Yeah, let us not take on what these useless people are trying to, because we're on we've become defensive. All we're asking is for end of bad governance, not we don't want to. Why would we go out there? NSAS was not violent. The violent elements were government-sponsored thugs. We know this. So when they're saying it, why are we saying it? Why? Was that your intention? Wasn't it just to have your voice heard? If this government wasn't so piss poor, right, would you be going out? No. Right. And it's not those of us on spaces, because we that are on spaces, I want to believe that you're better off than perhaps 80% or even more of the country. It's those people who at the moment have gone to bed but have not had any food for the day. Those are the people who are hungry, who want to come out. And it is our role, being the more enlightened ones, right, to go out there and support that, right? Because in a true democracy, protest is a big feature. You will never see in the UK for them to say you can't protest, or in America. Right. If they have intelligence about anybody coming to disrupt it, right, they'll round up those people even before the protest. That's what usual, normal intelligent agencies do, not the nonsense that we have. Right. So all this scaremongering that they're doing is to have us on the back foot. Right. We are peaceful people. If we weren't peaceful, the country would be on fire. When Buhari lost in 2011, did people not die? No. And the other thing, and I'm going to say this, you people, and I don't mean everyone on the space necessarily, a lot of people disrespect Peter Obi because you see a calm man. You want him to be, screaming, violent rhetorics and stuff, anything to get the man arrested. After he's arrested, this same you people will sit in your houses and say you cannot die for Nigeria, but you want him to. Until we get to that point where we understand, right, what the job is, you have to make a choice. You either sit it out and say, look, I can't do this, or you put in the work. And part of the work is having conversations with each other, right, and saying what needs to be said. At the end of the day, being obedient is trying to step away from the status quo, is trying to not be what we hate, not become what we all hate, because you won't be here if you didn't hate what PDP and APC had become. You won't be here if you didn't hate the corruption that's right. You won't be here if you're not seeing the country like going it's not even going slowly anymore. It's like speedily we're on the precipice of anarchy, right? Because these people there's no governance. They're not doing anything. All they're doing is getting loans and they're looting it, right? Please, let us be wise in our utterances. At the end of the day, PO said that when he was going to court for 3 years, after a while, those who started with him stopped following him. He went on his own. And I remember that space. A whole lot of people were like, oh, we will follow. I've seen some of you, and I've seen some of your comments, and here's me saying, it's not even 5 years. You people are backing down. So what, you put a time frame on it? No. If you know how hard it is to step out from the status quo, right? And how difficult it is to stand against the people who are those structures of criminality that we're trying to fight against. If you know the cost to PO, you will stop all of this, right? And yes, it was his choice. I get that. But he wants to rescue Nigeria. And you've said you want to rescue Nigeria. So you have to stay the course. If you don't want to stay the course, nobody's holding you down. But let us stop having these, what do you call it? Every time something happens, people start crying. Literally, oh, another person's left. They are talking truth. What truth? They are career politicians, or they, even if they're not, they're thinking of their businesses and they want to make sure that they are in favor with the ruling government. That is all that is. But if it is new Nigeria, stay the course. We will get there eventually. Thank you, I yield.
Thank you, Bolanle, thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that we are our own media. So please, because of the protest that is coming up, we all need to strengthen one another. So please do well to connect with everyone on the space, all right, to your right and to your left. Okay, thank you so much. So let's move to the next comrade. Yeah, so I'm going to take one more lady, Dr. H. Evergreen. You've been, or been on the mic since the beginning of the space. Please do well to make your submission. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, co-host, and thank you, Dr. Moore, and everyone here today. So my submission today is just more to inspire us and to remember who our leader is. Our Excellency PO, we all know he's a transformational leader. I'm not going to go into that. So it's going to take a village. It's going to take every one of us. Everyone has a price tag, so they say. Right now, I'm just challenging all of the influencers out there, obedient movement, well-meaning Nigerians, and everyone. I want you to reflect for a minute. If they come for you, if they come for you to bribe you, if they come for you to intimidate you so that you can drop the cause, what are you going to do? You have to have a plan. You have to be proactive. So many are called, but few are chosen. But again, I don't want us to despair and focus on the people that are dropping the movement. I don't want to give relevance to their names. They fought the fight. They quit. But we're not going to quit. Winners don't quit. So we're going to keep fighting. We're going to stay the course. We're going to remember temptations is going to come. What are we going to do when we get tempted? Think about it. Have a plan B. We got to be selfless. Put our greed aside. It's going to be a long run, but are we ready? It's not going to be just Mr. P2B. It's not going to just be Mr. Dr. Mo. It's not just going to be all of the influencers and all of the well-meaning Nigerians that have been fighting for a better Nigerians. It's going to take all of us, you, me, our brothers and sisters, our grandmother, our children. It's not just going to be the youth. We have to start sensitizing our parents. They have to be for all of this. We have to all come out in one voice. It's not going to be easy, but please be patient. Just be patient. Maybe just take one day at a time. Don't lose hope. Let's not dwell on the people that are quitting. Let's stay the course. And with all of us collectively, there's nothing that is impossible. I believe in Peter B. I've been kind of following him for the past 2 years. I learned a lot. I learned how rotten the system is. As in, the rot is unbelievable. You guys have to know. So it's going to take a while. It's not going to just be a flip and everything is perfect. So please be patient and don't be despair. Let's not focus on those people that are dropping. More people will join us in the long run. Let's give ourselves a pat on the back and keep fighting. And for all of you that are out there already protesting, may God continue to guide and protect you. Whatever you believe in, Allah or whatever you believe in, may that be your protection. And I hope we all win and be patient. Together, we can do this. Thank you for everyone that has been fighting for a better Nigeria. I'm here with you. I'm supporting the protest. And together, a new Nigeria is possible. I yield.
Thank you so much, Dr. H. Evergreen. Thank you for those words. Yeah. So let's go to Flag Boy. Flag Boy, I'd like to hear your voice. Those words that you shout on the distance, please. That's what I want to hear here. Flag Boy, are you there? Ongadeo, Flag Boy. All right. So let me go to of Office of the Nigerian Citizens. All right. Then we move to favorable. Office of the Nigerian Citizens.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. It's actually midnight, almost midnight already. Thank you very much, everyone, for the opportunity to do this. I'll quickly say this real quick because I know that we only have 2 minutes. I'll start by thanking everyone, especially Pio, for his grit. Because I always say this, that if you want to win any battle, the two things you need is integrity and grit. Somewhere inside integrity, there's grit. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Mo. Thank everyone that has been working behind the scenes to make this work. My message typically is usually for the Nigerian people that I have the opportunity to talk to. At least we know that Pio is the one person that me personally that at least I can say I trust with regards to this movement, right? And with the work that he has done for the sake of a new Nigeria, Pio has awakened many things in us, right? The awareness that a new Nigeria is possible. He has given us the opportunity to at least express our passion to see a Nigeria that is working. So for me, I would say that as much as possible, in fact, for me, I say it, follow Dr. because if you want to really know what happens in Pio's mind, that's the person you should be following. Pio will not come and tell you many things. So if you want to really get you want to get a renewal, right, a refreshing, follow Dr. Moore. It's not everything that he says on the timeline. He says some of these things on spaces. So please follow Dr. Moore. The other thing I would like to say as well is that share all of these things around you as much as possible on social media. Yes, we are here on Twitter, but please get the message across to guys on Facebook. I was looking at the statistics from StatiSense, and there are at least 3 times as many people on Facebook as there are on Twitter. So please get this around you to your friends and loved ones on other platforms, right? On TikTok and all of these things. And because I like to stick to time as requested. Really, with regards to the protests, for me, I am very particular about making sure that whatever is achieved demands accountability. Any agitation that does not demand accountability will only be a temporary thing, and that is one thing that Pio has taught us. Pio has taught us to always look at the long term, look at things from a bigger picture, right? If we want to end bad governance, we need to request or rather demand for things that will make sure that our leaders are accountable, whether they like it or not, e.g., electoral reforms, right? So we have to begin to, wherever we are, and this message is not only for those that are in Nigeria, it's also for those that are in diaspora. And I'm glad Mobilizing is here. God bless you, ma, for all the things that you have done from the diaspora. As people that can do the same, it will be great as well if people are August 1 are doing what they are doing in Nigeria and someone is in the UK doing something similar, someone is in the US doing something similar, someone is in London. Let's not think that all of this is only for those that are Nigerians in Nigeria. Make sure that you make your voices heard everywhere you are. If you want to talk to your prime minister, if you want to talk to your PM, if you want to talk to your mayor, whatever it is, just make sure that the voices are heard and it is a global voice, right? That Nigerians are demanding good governance, Nigerians are demanding accountability from their leaders, and Nigerians are not going to back down until the right thing is done. And I am praying, I'm hoping that at the end we will get the Nigeria that we want. And lastly, if you can, join community notes. And I think I'm going to become a community note evangelist these days. All right. If you don't know what that means, my DM is open. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. Yes, the Office of the Citizen. Community note is people that write notes in the community. Thank you so much. So, all right. So, let's move to the next person. Please do well to connect with one another on the space. You know how we do it. It's important that we strengthen one another. We are our own media. Do not depend on those stations. Okay, so let's go to favorable. Favorable, the mic is yours. Thank you. 2 minutes. Let's go.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, it's ready to pass to the morning here in Nigeria. I hope I'm audible. Okay, mine is
Yeah, there's a okay. Okay, there was a noise, but I think it's better. Go ahead.
sorry. I was. Uh, um, Hello. Sorry, I was making use of my AirPod, but I'm disconnected that already. I hope I'm more audible right now. Okay, thank you. All right. Mine is more like a question to Dr. Moore, if you still listening to me. First and foremost, I want to appreciate Dr. Moore for that beautiful write-up this evening. You know, it's really strengthened a lot of us, so I'm happy. Thank you. But I have a question. There's a tweet that Ibrahim tweeted earlier today. He said, "We will build a party. We, the supporters, will build a party for him." So my question is to Dr. Mo. Like, if you can share practical steps, can you hear me? Okay. So if you can share practical steps on how we, the supporters, can effectively build a party for P2B, that's my question. Because during the convention shenanigans, they said, okay, we have to be card carrier of the party. We even went to the essence of saying that, oh, because we have not stayed up to a specific amount of months in the party, so we cannot even contribute in the convention. We don't have the right to vote. You know, there was a lot of talks about it then. So right now, I want to know how, because please, pardon me, I don't want to talk much because I have just 2 minutes. But also, it's important. Thank God that you communicate with us a lot, because we really need to know how. I don't know how to, but I just want to know practical steps on how we can build a party as not just obedient, but as people that want a better Nigeria. How do we build a party if we're not being communicated to? I know we are, but many at times, it's not all the time that, like, if not because of the what's his name, Kenneth Okonkwo, that defected today, and Dr. Mo will not know that what's his name, P2B went to discuss the Labour Party's issue with Alex Oti and the likes. So I want to know, we need to, for us to, I want to believe, but I want to hear from you, is a question. But I want to believe that for us to build an effective Labour Party, we have to be communicated to, we have to be carried along. So it has to be balanced. So we know, okay, how we are going about it, what we need to do, and how to effectively achieve this before 2027 by the grace of God. So that's my question. Thank you.
It's a very, very important question, what you've asked. Actually, is one of the reasons why I had to tell Pio that, I'm going to be hosting spaces to help shape the narrative of conversations, to help guide what we need to do regarding the party as different from the movement, to help clarify a lot of things, because for the bulk of us as obedient movement, we are not necessarily politicians in the, for lack of a better word, which is perfect, which is very good, but it's also important. I mean, we have a lot of politicians, but the energy that we exude and who we are, we just want a good government. We want good governance, and it gives us that power, because I got to be so busy just recounting some of the places we have to go. And so I had to kind of slow down a bit, because I told him that there's too much in terms of information, and what I was doing, I'm very new to the X space. I've organized about 15 events prior to what we did, what's it called now? The anniversary, the first anniversary since our election. Oftentimes, there's a place called the Merit House in Maitama. For those who have been on ground in Abuja, we often get the place filled up each time, 1,000 people plus, just to discuss, the things that pertains to us as obedient people. So that's what we did, and I was in the front of it, just helping to do that. Reach out to, because with the advantage of technology, we can hit 1 million people within 24 hours if we properly channel that, energy. So I had to tell him that it was important, to deepen the understanding of our movement, so I agree with you. And it's also important because I also know that a lot of us are confused where when you say obedient movement and you say Labour Party, many people think that it's just a word that are interchangeable, but it's not. The obedient movement is completely different. I'm glad that we have Mazi Ezekiel here, we have Nice One here, we have some of the people who were on ground immediately after the 2023 general election when we led the protest for 23 days. The reason why many people didn't hear about protest was because it was almost near perfectly organized. There was not a single soul that was lost. We took the protest to the INEC office, to the British embassy, to the American embassy, to the UN headquarters, to the army headquarters. We kept on going to all the Supreme Court, the appeal court. We went to every important, institution each day. We were very organized. We spoke about the things that I'm talking about even here today. But to your question, it's one of the reasons why we're setting up this room. The new Nigeria now, we're going to be discussing those details. We're going to be not just the party is very small. We're going to be discussing, we'll take the Labour Party constitution, for example, all the places where, because the Labour Party essentially was not set up to even win any election. And it's not something negative, it's something that people need to understand. There are several there's a business of politics that people do to keep body and soul together. It's just because PO moved into it, and then, it's like you have a plane that is there. Have you seen people that build houses, and when they build a house, they build it as the shape of a plane? That plane is not meant to fly, but it's just there. He has a cockpit, he has everything, but it's their house. Maybe the love they have for aeroplanes too much. But then now suddenly something happened, and then that plane has to fly. Everything has to change. The engineering, the makeup, and everything. That's what happened to the Labour Party. And one of the things we keep saying is for people to understand that every party, APC, PDP, they are all there to just the reason why they are set up is to win election. It's just a 4-year cycle, nothing more than that. Share positions, share resources, and then continue, wait for another 4 years. The movement is way, way more than that. The obedient movement is only comparable to the ANC movement, to the Mahatma Gandhi movement, to the civil rights movement. And so it's about ideology. And that's why we can die for this movement. And for those who think that if PO is going to organize a protest, Nigeria will come down immediately, because there are people who are willing to die right now once PO can come out. That's the power. And oftentimes, even though I'm blabbing right now, but just to attend to what you have said and the importance of what you have asked and what we are going to do deliberately, we're going to take a time to even talk about the obedient movement, defining what it is. I've asked myself, why would God put so much power in just one man? And that man has the power to control. See, God is not, whether you're a Muslim or you're a Christian, you're a believer. Nigeria is a very religious country, so we believe in God, one way or the other. You would understand why God does not put power in useless people. Honestly, if this man wants Nigeria, so it's even responding to Ononuga and even Tinubu himself. The reason why they are afraid, if people decide that he wants to come out and do protests, Nigeria will stop. And I'm not saying it to, I said it before here, that I haven't gone with him. I'm the only person who has traveled with him to do a 10-state tour. It's a privilege and an opportunity. So when I hear some people say, "Oh, the movement people are," we are not in a campaign season. I mean, for those, I have some people here who were there when we got to Dallas. the whole place shut down. People were falling down because they were not. I had to get bouncers and security people to move him from that place into the car. North Carolina, we had to get bouncers and people. We're not talking about Nigeria. So how do I explain to people who are not moving around with us to understand? Do you know what happened today when he went to go to the Rotary Club where he went as keynote speaker? It's crazy. The man can't. I said it here. I don't know how many people know Madison Airport. We're talking about Newark Airport, not New York. Places that only white people, only, and then you see people following him all over the place. He has become a global, not just an African icon, but yet he's able to retain power. If Bill comes out and say anything about anybody, that person is gone, but yet he can retain. That's the power. And God can only put that enormous power in people who can control it. And the man is saying that, listen to me, we're not here to destroy and crush people. So we will discuss Peter Obi as an ideology. And those who are close to him will talk about it. We also talk about the obedient movement. We'll talk about how to build political party and what he's even doing. You know, I watch people. I follow him every time. He's talking to senatoriate. He's talking to all the senators and talking. Today, this is about the fifth or fourth time he's seen Alex Otti, even prior to the Nnewi convention. He's the one person going around. And that's why I told him, I said, okay, I will not stop anymore. I will hold spaces and I'll put out some of the things you're telling me not to put. Thank God I was with him and I recorded what happened when he visited with the late general that was killed in Lokoguma in Abuja. And then one aunt, an idiot, will start talking nonsense about him. I have to put out those things. There are many more things. I can't put out 1/10 of the content I have and things I've written. But I had to beg him that it's important to do that because, like you said, how are people going to know? The only way people can understand what we're doing is through communication. We must communicate it. And thank goodness we have people here. And like I said, somebody is asking, why are we not discussing strategy of how we cannot discuss strategy here. We can only discuss things that we can discuss for the open space. You want us to talk about how, you know what happened before we went out to do the protest. You don't know we have people also in police. We have people in DSS. You want us to expose people. We can't talk about it here because are you on ground to do the protest? The people that are going to be on ground will talk about it. And this is a space we have many useless people who are part of us here. The Agbadoyans and people who just go and report nonsense. So you said, for example, that there are intels, that there are militias that want to come and destroy people. I was with the GRD just a few days ago on the issue of protest. And if he received a phone call, and our current government are paying people in Suleja, are giving them money to come and disrupt the protest. And we had to record it. Those are not things, I'm saying it here so that let them copy these things and go and let them go and tell the people. So we can't discuss strategy here. But what you said regarding the party, we're going to take time. Look at the party. We're not just going to discuss Labour Party. We'll look at the PDP, we'll look at the APC. The PDP, for example, is the most formidable in terms of representation in the country. We'll look at it, we'll look at their formation so that if we're going to build a party, how do we manage the Labour Party right now? And people are talking, Abure is not the issue. It's not the issue, and opinion is to understand. And that's why I will not preempt things, but I can tell you that in a few days, Bolanle is here, other people are here. There's a framework that is already been put together, But like I said before, it's not something that's going to be done in a rush. I know that our blood is hot, but these discussions must go beyond emotions and passion. Our emotion and passion are our greatest tool, which is the energy and the essence and our spirit. But we must now channel it properly into deep critical thinking. And on that note, I would say just reel off some points that are important to note when we're dealing with patriotic protests. Andy, you remember, for the 23 days, Mazio Zekio, you're here. Every time we got out, the first thing I do is to come out and explain to people, protest is not campaign. Many people didn't understand. I left, I called people and we did a press conference the day some people were paid within the obedient movement to go out, this after the about the 21st or 20th day of our protest, they went to the appeal court and were shouting, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. The next day, the Agbadorians and other people now came out because we want them. Protest is not campaign. And you see, we must be when you protest, the government see you as the enemy of state. This is why I was invited to the DSS. So protest is not just something for the obedient, it's for Nigerians. It's Nigerians rising up. The hunger. Most of the people that are protesting are even APC people. Because now then they suffer now and pass us way on the day here. But it's important to note that you must, in your language, when you come out, and that's why Black Boy has been my boy, and I always follow him and tell him, stay within the narrative of conversation. Compartmentalize your message. Don't allow them to use it against you. You must ensure that you do that. You must ensure that as you go out, they don't use your message against you. You must ensure that you stay on the issues. That's not the time to go tribalistic. You must stay on the issues. You must ensure that you idealize your goals. I can't talk about all of these things. I'm just noting them. You must ensure that you don't generalize issues. You do not refer to opposition or to the aggression, on specific individuals in government whose conduct are not, in line with what you're doing. You stay with the issues, you deal with them. You mind your language. You stay within the ambit of the law. You are proactive, you're not reactive. All of those things are what you carry as ammunitions as you go to protest. Let them hire the nonsense that they want to do. And I want to announce to you as I close this session and allow other people to make their deposition. Some of the boys that they paid in Suleja to come and disrupt, they told us on the phone that they should not worry, that they'll collect their money and they'll follow them and make sure that this hunger, they think that they know what's up. That if they, so they don't even know what's coming. And I will say that we can only protest. Anarchy will happen if it continues. That has nothing to do with us. But we must stay within the ambit of the law. We must ensure, and that's the prerogative of police to ensure that they protect protesters from those who are trying to destroy, and they know them. But we must act, we must do what we know how to do best. And because we are we're followers of Peter Obi, we must act accordingly. So we're going to deal with all of that. In answering your question, I just took the opportunity to just also make my submission, as we wait for others to do this. And any question we would answer, and we'll create bigger forums, as we discuss our agenda, our mandate, our ideas, we'll keep moving. So we're going to do all of that. We'll take a particular specific time where we'll discuss the Labour Party and how to build a movement. We have people and we have already notes and almost like an entire school, to be able to do all of that. On the 2nd, I don't know how many of us we can see part of our collaboration with people like Obi Ezekwesili. She's been running a school for the last 2 or 3 years on politics, governance, and stuff. I'm going to be hosting one of the graduates, on this space, with trying to look for. I'm going to actually advertise maybe tomorrow morning, and it's important for all of us to come in here and listen to that, because part of what they are going through, we're going to talk about it. It's a deep cause that they go through, but we're going to be doing an abridged version of that and helping our people to grow as we continue to deepen our ideology as a movement going forward. Shola, you seem to have run away. Is he on network or what? Shola can come up. Who was next to speak? But only are you there? I'm not kind of following. Shola?
I don't know. I don't know that he made a queue, He's not there. He's no longer on the space. And I can't see, I didn't hear him make a queue. But perhaps you should do it quickly this way. If you want to speak, please put your hand up. If no one puts their hand up, then the Dr. Mo might make his final submission and we go to bed. Is that yeah? So if you want to speak, please signify by putting your hand up. If not, let us all go to bed. Is there anybody?
Mommy Bongali, please.
Hey, you were not there for a minute. You didn't take your cue, and nobody has their hands up. So it really makes it difficult to know who's going next. But as you have your hand up, carry go.
No, the network just ran away. I thought my SIM was blocked. Just I was actually expecting that to happen. But thank God my SIM is fine. So I think the next person, yeah, on my screen here, actually we're supposed to take Dr. David. So Dr. David, your submission.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be with you again. And we've had a lot of important submissions this evening. And I don't think I can do better than most of the people who have talked about the things that the obedience need to do. But I want to just share with you a conversation that I had with a friend of mine today. It was a little depressing. But it was also a reminder of the magnitude of the challenge that we face in Nigeria. He was talking about a section of the country, how people are invested in the current system and how they are profiting from it in a way that is mind-blowing. They're making so much money from it because the country, we're actually talking about the oil sector. And these are people who are not highly educated, but they have access to so much money and so much power. And what they can do now, it's just mind-blowing. This is part of the country, something that's going on behind the scenes that most of us are not even aware of. And they're just one segment of the Nigerian economy, of the Nigerian population. But more than 200 million people. So you could talking about more than 200 million personalities in Nigeria. So there's bound to be disagreement, there's bound to be different interests. And some of these interests, even if they are few, are working against the kind of Nigeria that we are talking about, the obedience are talking about, PO is talking about, is trying to build. So the challenge is monumental. But as people who are feeling the oppression, feeling the pain, oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. Their urge for freedom will eventually come. And I think that's what we're about to see. People are hungry, they are frustrated, and this pent-up resentment and frustration one day will come out. Whether it's this that will eventually be, or some of that things will be the catalyst for that kind of outpouring of emotions we are going to see. As I have said in this forum before, resentment, and we're talking about patriotic process, dissent actually is one of the highest forms of patriotism. Your ability to express your dissatisfaction, especially in a democracy, with the status quo, with the system of governance. That's a right. And all Nigerians have the right to express that and get rid of their discontent. I think it's a normal, healthy discontent, but we need to channel it through a creative outlet of nonviolent, direct action. And a lot of the speakers this evening have mentioned nonviolence. If I was speaking, it's not everything that, as Dr. Mo said, needs to be discussed openly. If I was discussing on a more private setting, I would elaborate on some of the various means of protest, but I am not going to do that in this conversation. The other thing that I did that I'd like to share with you, which is kind of funny in a little way, is to go back as a form of entertainment to understand how criminals behave. And most of us here, I don't think many people have been in the midst of gangsters, criminals, criminal organization, a criminal enterprise. I was watching, after I watched a real life documentary of Pablo Escobar, I went back and I watched about 3 versions of the Pablo movie. I went back and watched one version again, and I'm still watching because it's a series. And it's incredible what criminals who run a criminal enterprise, who have a lot of money, what they can do. Having said that, we all have a responsibility. What is our responsibility as citizens? What is our responsibility as obedience? Someone said here, is only one man. That means to bring about a new Nigeria, we need more than the one man. We're lucky that we have one man who represents the values and the character to bring about that new Nigeria. That's something that we should celebrate, the kind of person. But I want to caution against idolizing on the path to achieving the new Nigeria, on idolizing individuals. Instead, we should focus on the ideology, which is one of the things that Mo mentioned and other people have mentioned. Part of the function of this group is to begin to shape the narrative of the obedient movement, to begin to focus on the ideology of the obedient movement, to begin to focus on the values and the character. What are the values that we need, that has been espoused, that OB symbolizes in this movement, that we as obedience should also model in our interactions? All of these things have been mentioned before. We talk about OB's character, we talk about OB's competence, integrity, loyalty. A lot of people, including myself, and I'm not surprised about Kenneth Okonkwo's move, but I'm not surprised. And Dr. Mo has explained it after his conversation with Obi in the tweet, and he explained it here again. We need to stay the course, because it's only by staying the course that overall we're going to achieve our goal. I am not one. Do not use the word, please be patient. Because as Dr. Mo and other people who are close to me say, I don't tell anybody to be patient because I'm not a very patient person. Patience only comes in if it's strategic patience. And I believe obese patience is strategic patience. In that sense, I would say be patient. But other than that, I don't tell people to be patient, because there are some things, in the words of Martin Luther King, that need to be done with cosmic urgency. And there are some times that some things need to be done with cosmic urgency. But I would go along with the fact that you need to exercise strategic patience at some times. Some of the things that have been mentioned here that I need to want to quickly go through. People are talking about preparation for the protest. That's important for people to prepare for the protest, to think very quickly. And sometimes it's not everything that you plan that will materialize. But if something is happening, how quickly can you think and adapt to that situation? There are some people who believe that doing nothing, they want to be complacent. But we've also heard today that Obi has actually modeled the way for us to be active citizens. So that's another responsibility for us. It's not only Obi, but for all of us. Another thing I want to quickly touch on is that I've heard some people talk about electoral reform. I've also heard some people talk about, we read the Electoral Act. I want us to go back and read the Electoral Act. When the people talk about electoral reform, what do they really mean? When the Electoral Act was signed by Buhari, there was a lot of applause and commendation that this is actually necessary. But what happened? Was it enforced? What does it take to enforce the laws, the reforms that they talk about? If you just prescribe what needs to be done, and they're not enforced, or people discount them, it means nothing. The same way they have treated the Constitution. So as a reminder, I think we need to focus on the ideology. We all need to understand what it is that brings us together. What is this movement about? What do we each of us need to do to contribute to the process of realizing the new Nigeria that we so desire? And what do we need to be doing as loyal members of this movement who are focused on the ideology. The reason I emphasize ideology, which is important, is that if you have a group of people and it's only focused around one person, and that person is not there, what happens to the movement? What happens to the ideology? We have to keep that in mind. I am not prescribing anything for anybody. I'm just saying that we should think very closely. Another thing that it was a little disconcerting to me when I was hearing that, because I deal only in data and in evidence, things that I can verify. And he has also said that. A lot of people were certain that they know Peter Obi, and they haven't even met him. I would not assert anything that I
Sorry,
cannot verify,
Dr.
that I
David.
do not know.
Excuse me, Dr. David. Apologies. Bethel Joshua, please can you mute your mic? Thank you. Dr. David, please.
Yeah, I think I was getting a static feedback. So I was cautioning against asserting, maybe as a manner of speech, certain things that we haven't verified, things that we do not have data to support. That's not the kind of movement that we want. This is not an echo chamber. It's a movement, especially this forum, and those people who have not been here before, I encourage all of you to try to come to this forum. This is a forum where we learn the things that we need to learn. This is things where unlearn even the assumptions that we have about certain things, so we can share that. I am lucky to have heard from a lot of people this evening about things that are happening in Nigeria that will also either modify my position or enhance or strengthen the positions that I've had. So in closing, for those of you in Nigeria, before I make the last remark, those of us who are in those people in the UK and the United States of America, there is a protest going on, and it's not too late in Nigeria. And I believe that we all support that. I see no reason why protests cannot be taken simultaneously in the UK and in the United States. It's not too late. If you are in the United States and you are in the UK, we should begin to talk about how we can lend a voice to support those that are at home. Thank you very much, and I yield my time.
Thank you so much for the breakdown, Dr. David. Thank you. So let's move. Okay, so now Bethel Joshua, you can make your submission at this time.
Thank you. So good evening or good morning to say. Actually, what I want to say, I think you have said it already, but just to add to it, though I'm in support of the protest, but my main concern is about the obedience movement. I think election deals with numbers. We have the wave already. I think for the momentum not to die, it is better we consolidate on what we have on ground already and work with it to achieve. And how can we do this? It's for us to start mobilizing people by now, before the election, because we liken Nigeria's situation currently to two situations. The obedience movement is likely to the Marxian movement, while the so-called those who are on power now can look at those people who use the Niccolo Machiavelli style. Get power with all means. The ends justify the means. We are the proletariat as the obedient movement. And how can we do it? Nigeria, when I think the last speaker talked about electoral, is okay. I've gone through it. I've studied it very well, and I think it's okay. But we, the citizen, have to force them to do the enforcement. Most of the things happening, the government know the game they are playing with Obi himself. Is a game. They are playing a mind game with him, trying to push him to fall for their tricks and, that kind of thing. So for me, I would advise for him to stay away from some of the things they are trying to throw at him. Not everything. Thank God he's not reacting, and I like that for him not reacting. But we have to take the movement serious. Start mobilizing our people. We have 3 years to 2027. Obedience is a political ideology which will start educating people. I think that of last year is we see the results. Though we know our shortcoming and we know everything. I personally, I think this will be my first time of speaking in a public space, but within my own private circle, without having any connection to anyone, I do that which I can do. And I'm still doing it, but we need to start something. And you cannot win an election without no party. So by preaching the gospel, spreading the ideology, then we need to have a strong party to withstand this kind of people. Because these people, they can sacrifice anything to get the power. And I will go with the word of no blood that what, or no election that wants the blood of individual. And nothing. Obi cannot say we want to become president and the citizen will not give us a marching order to go and die. No, I don't think he wants to tread that way. But these people we are dealing with, they don't care about that. So my own suggestion is for us to start making preparation towards that. And I will also suggest if it's monthly or 2 weeks, you can be holding this space for us to evaluate and discuss more on how we can go. I think that will be good. Okay, by me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Betel. So, please, people like we have a lot of patriotic Nigerian who have established tips and platforms that would help you know what's going on and all that, so you can join them, for the protest and stuff like that. So, we have a checkout form. So I'll get it. I'll put it on Jumbotron. So that form, you can save the link. When you're heading out for the protest, try to fill the form. It would help. Because and your data is safe. That to an extent, I can tell you that for a fact. So it's just for in case there is any arrest or any. So at least we have legal team who have indicated people like barrister Iniebe Efyong has also indicated that anyone who is arrested, most especially in Lagos and Abuja, they will try as much as possible to render some kind of a pro bono, all right, service to secure the person's release. So, and all the lawyers too in Nigeria have indicated on that. So, but please, it's when you're going, all these things are just measures, that have been created by patriotic Nigerians, and that we have known before now, not the Abadorians, that we don't know, that just came from anywhere. So please try and understand. Then also on the Jumbotron, we have a flyer about the protest, that is going to come up in the UK. So please, in London, please do well to take that flyer. If you have not reposted, go and post it. Take that flyer also, throw it on your WhatsApp, link it up to your Facebook, your Instagram, and let people know that this location is a location where other well-meaning Nigerians will also be gathering. Your people in the UK and all that, in London can join, so I think those are the informations that we have for now. So the other information is definitely, that's why I would say connect with each and everyone who is to your right and to your left, most especially those who are on the speaker board, like Dr. Mo, Bolanle and some other well-meaning Nigerians, you would see spaces come up, and you will see a lot of us also on that space. You would even on violence space also. Then you'll be able to connect with others and informations will come out. Arewa Chick also, she's doing a wonderful job in that area too. You can also follow her. If you search for Arewa Chick, you will see her. There's no two Arewa Chick, on X. You definitely connect to. Yeah, and if you see other names, it doesn't matter. You will see the one that is the main Iowa chick, So, and she also has the DP of the the popular NBAD governance in Nigeria. So thank you so much, everybody. Let's quickly take the other submissions then. Okay, so let's go to Abdulkaz. We've not heard from you today. Let's submission from Abdulkaz. Abdulkaz, are you there? Over to you, sir.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Not to take so much that time, I'd just like to say, I mean, this is wonderful. Something is actually happening here, and I'm really happy. I'm happy to be alive at this time of life, to experience this. One thing I wanted to say is that this movement is actually spiritual. Permit me to just go that route. I feel that change is not brought about by maybe some intelligent person with some intelligent plan. I think it's brought about by spirit. And that's why you have certain kind of figures. They come out like Mandela, and they fight for injustice, and they just are immortal in some kind of way, like you can't kill them. If you try to fight them, it makes the thing go even further. So I think that that's the kind of person PO represents. He represents true essence. I think that Nigeria maybe is having opposition. This is the first Nigerian opposition, in history. Like the reason is because he is an essence-driven person. So when you try to oppose something that is true, it will start to work against you. And I think that's what is happening. I think that the system as it is, they say evil destroys everything, including itself. Even if you want to do good, like you have it in mind, you want to do the right thing, somehow it will just start to just not work because you do not embody the spirit of change. So I believe that change is brought about by spirit, and if you don't have that spirit, it's just not it, no matter what you try to do. And I believe that's why I said this is spiritual, that PO represent that spirit, and that's why we're here, and that's why this room is set. And I can see that the thing is sort of fixing itself. So if there's anything that I would like to tell us or encourage us, is to say that these things are actually going to fix them. And in fact, they're already fixing themselves. Look at the room we're having, look at everything and the way everything is moving. I believe strongly that things are going to be better. Let me round up by saying this, that let's not also feel as though this is some kind of distraction to a process. Let's see it as part of the process, that all of these things, they may be appearing like drama. Oh, okay, there's sudden protest or this. None of this is a distraction. Everything is actually towards that same process, and it will yield good result at the end. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Abdulkaz, for your submission. Let's move quickly to I want to take some Comrade. Comrade, you've been on the mic for a while. Comrade, are you there? Let's take your submission quickly. Thank you. Comrade, are you there?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Oh, good morning, everyone. Sorry. Yeah, it's really all good. We've all said our opinions. We've really made good comments. But I really want to say this. Looking at people that are moving out of Labour Party, or they say they are moving out, they are parting ways with PO. I don't think it should be a kind of concern or a kind of discouragement on us, because many of them, they came in with the hope of getting shares. The partisanship politics in Nigeria has remained so, in the sense that so many persons, even so many right-thinking Nigerians, will be thinking that it is still the business as usual. That whenever they are going into politics, is just to go and share. It's just like some platforms we belong to. You see some persons, when some individuals come to approach them, okay, look at this, I am bringing so amount.
Um, sorry, is it me or Comrades network?
It's comrade.
Oh my God. Okay. Comrade, are you back?
Yes. Yeah, please, can you hear me? Confirm if you can hear me, please.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me, please?
Go ahead.
Okay, all
Yes,
right.
we can hear you.
Thank you very much. So what I am saying is this. I don't think we need to be discouraged. Even when they are saying all they are saying, I think it will at the tail end it will be a shame unto them. Like Daniel Boa that left PDP to APC. He is just collecting it, not even from PDP people, but from the APC that he is running into. They've totally rubbished him. Ali Indume has rubbished him, and so many other persons. That is what they get. Then Kenneth Okonkwo that just left, some of his close allies are already rubbishing him. So all this is need not to give us a concern. We need to stay on the track. We know whom the person we are following, whom he is. So I don't think this need to get us a concern. Then concerning the protest, I really want to say this. If we are going out, in as much as we are going to
Okay. I want to believe that's Comrades network again.
Yes.
Oh, Comrade, I wish we can quickly take your submission.
all right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Comrade. Your network didn't really let us get all your submissions, but it's okay. So let's go to
Shola,
yes, Doctor.
for those who are here, I just want to quickly just read Pio's message so they can get it. We're not, and the last speaker, we're not moved at all, but I just want to read Pio's message so that everybody can hear, because I think this is very important to know where we stand concerning that, so we can also help rebuff some comments that people are making to understand that where we are is way beyond what people are thinking and looking at. So his message, he said, I saw Kenneth Okonkwo's open letter expressing his different views from mine, and I also saw some of the various responses. I want to categorically and emphatically declare that Kenneth Okonkwo remains my dearly beloved brother and a trusted ally, and I sternly caution against referring to him as a mole. I think this was also referring to what was put out officially by the Labour Party, calling him a mole. It said any referring to him as a mole or making any negative remark about Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo. He has stood by me through thick and thin, and his loyalty and commitment cannot be overstated or diminished. Disagreement and differing opinions are a natural part of any group, society, or movement, and it is essential to maintain a level of respect and decorum even when we disagree. Having different views does not make someone an enemy, and it is crucial to engage in constructive dialogue rather than resorting to personal attacks or insults. In fact, to me personally, I don't want to work with anyone who always agrees with me, because as a leader, learning and listening are critical components of leadership. I want to listen to those who have different opinions and try to convince them otherwise or take their advice if it's coming from a higher realm and perspective. I urge all believers of New Nigeria to remain strong, resilient, and focused, and to refrain from discouragement or insulting behaviors towards Barrister Kenneth Okonkwo and others, or anyone else who lives and disagrees. My message is simply and clear. Unity, respect, civility must prevail, even in the face of disagreement. Shola.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore, for conveying this message. Okay, so King, let's have your submission. King, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you guys. What I wanted to talk about is the issue of protest that you guys are finding and you guys are encouraging, you guys are promoting and sponsoring.
Hold on.
So what
Hold
I'm
on.
saying is that
King,
are
hold
you
on.
guys going to be able to
King,
guarantee
hold on. Hold on, please.
anything going to happen to anybody? Yeah, I'm talking.
King,
Yeah.
hold on.
You are completely out of line with what we are talking about here.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have a question for Mo. I have a question for Mo.
Maybe just ask your question, but your submission is completely off
yeah.
what we're doing.
That's
I have a question for you, Mo.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. I know you guys you were trying to cut me off. You don't allow me to say what I want to say. But my question that I directed to you is that I saw a tweet that you put out there. You are calling a legitimate government to hand over power to PO. Where is that done in any society? That is somebody, a
No.
politician that was defeated, that came third.
Dr. Mo, I
The
think
government hand over
Why
to such
not
resources.
just drop this?
Dr. Mo, can I
So
ask
that
that
is
you don't answer that?
so. What
We
kind of
have
a
a
doctor are you?
topic.
Where did you get your
We
own doctor
have,
from?
Thank
excuse
you.
me,
It's okay.
Just drop the
Mr.
guy.
Garuba,
There's
hold
no.
on a
There's
second. No
no.
one
I'm
is
asking
dropping
you a
you.
Drop
question.
this guy now.
Listen, nobody, everyone, hold on a second. Let
Let
me
them
make it
drop this
very
guy
clear.
now.
We have a topic of discussion. If your question is not in line with that topic, go and deal with the tomorrow in inbox, your DM.
There are
What
people that are
nonsense.
here you want to please. His paymasters, they joined this space.
No,
You want to please them.
it's somebody I
Let's
blocked.
drop this guy.
The guy
This
is
is
an
somebody's space.
APC.
Comrade, just hold on. Comrade, can you hold on? Just
All
hold
right,
on.
please.
Don't say anything when
It's all right.
we have the high
Yeah,
brother.
so
Comrade.
I know who he is, but I was waiting. Right, here's the thing. Had it been that was a conversation we were having here, then he can ask and it's up to Dr. Mo whether or not he wants to answer. But that is not the topic. That is not what is up there. And so his question wasn't in line. Therefore, he came to cause trouble. Right. And therefore, if he did not, then he was given an opportunity to ask a question. He still was yapping nonsense. Right. Here's the thing. When we are talking about being disciplined as Nigerians, this is the kind of indiscipline that we kind of tolerate when we shouldn't. Right? There's a topic. Why are you not sticking to the topic? If you have an issue with Dr. Mo's tweet, go and tackle Dr. Mo in his DM. Don't come here and disrupt it. I'm getting fed up of, and we know these people, and I know we kind of try and say, oh, it's what we're talking about is not political and all the rest of it, but the guy came with a clear agenda, right? To
Yeah.
and we have to, once they do that,
We won't dwell on it, Mama
yeah.
B. We
So
just
yeah,
move.
so that's
Yeah.
what I
What we're
wanted to
doing
say,
is
please.
what we're discussing is political, of course. It's we're just talking protest, we're talking government, governance, everything is involved, and it's okay. The tweet was about, it was actually what's it called now? The context of the tweet was referring to Biden. So it was satiric. It wasn't even something serious. So for those who, you can go ahead and read it. I was saying that Biden has dropped off, and since they are blaming PO, They should just hand over to him and then blame him. That's the basis of the tweet. It's not anything to even take seriously
But
at
he's
all.
trying to make it
So
that. And I guess that is why I said, no, you're not answering that for him. He's trying to make it that. Because what they then do is they will cut the recording of the space and then turn around and say, oh,
they already, it's even good. They already did that, Mama B.
right, great.
They took it out of context and they were sharing it. And I already got messages. In fact, the DSS guy that sent it to me was laughing that, look at these people, look at what you said and look at what they're saying. So it's even good to address it here. I mean, just move off. There's nothing to, we're too disciplined and too focused. And it's almost like the narrative of conversation. Atiku Abubakar has come out to say that he's endorsing the protest twice. Shawari has said that he is organizing the protest. Deji Adeyanju was on TV today. There are many people who are talking about the protest. Pio that told me that I did not support your protest because my child is not a part of you. They say he's the one that is responsible. So we know what their issues and their problems are. So we would not dwell on that. But I mean, we all know what they're up against. So we would not even waste energy. We would just explain what it is for the benefit of our people, and then we'll just move off. Yeah. What we're doing here is deeply political. It's everything put together. It's governance. It's it's what the obedient movement is about. It's change, it's systemic. So we're going to continue to deal with it. And of course, we're going to have elements of people. Don't forget that it's a movement and it's a battle of ideology that we're going to be dealing with. And that's why we see all the things that are going on. And that, I mean, you can see what we're doing here, trying to teach those who want to go out to be patriotic. And we have a template. We participated in a protest that took place for 23 days, non-stop. It's recorded. It's the longest protest in Nigeria's history. The only reason why people are not talking about the protest that took place after the election is because it was peaceful. It was the most peaceful organized. Not a single soul was lost. It was Mazi, is there anybody who was a part of that protest that is here? Mazi, you're here. I wish you can come up here because we need to deal with that. Mazi is here. He was on ground organizing people for 23 days non-stop. We were on the ground. Nice one. Are you still here? We had people that were there. The reason why it's not on the front burner because so even if they want to talk about protests organized by the obedient movement, we've done it. And it was 23 days non-stop, non-violent. We picked it up after ourselves. We ensured that the street of Abuja was cleaned. We have everything on record. That's a template, and that's what PO represents. Patriotism, protest. We were within the ambit of the law. We were careful about language. We did not generalize. We were very proactive. And for the people listening to us, this is what we represent. We also we're prepared for the long term. We're so disciplined. It's not about both in our conduct and in our behavior and how we go about the things we say. We already know that there are people who would come in to try to ferment and cause trouble. We're not even moved by that already because we already foresee, so we understand. And we're going to have many more of those people because truthfully, we're still in the minority. Those of us who are seeking for the new Nigeria, we're still in the minority. And so our job is very big. And this is why we will continue this struggle for a long time until we're able to win half of the Nigerians on our side. We're so divided in our country. We have a lot of because the cracks are there, religious cracks, tribal cracks, and we have a lot of agents of divisive rhetorics and narrative who are there to ensure that they continue. Bolandi, I saw what you wrote about that. Perfect, and everybody should read that. And here part of what we do is to arm people with the tools to be able to fight. Tomorrow we're going to be looking at the tools for patriotic protests. I don't think nobody should miss that. so that we can deal with that. We're going to use our space to educate this season and this period before August 1st. We're going to take time to, so I need people to go and study. What does it mean? What are the tools of patriotic protest? So when you come here, you can make great intellectual, practical submissions that can help people so that they can cut away and be able to share and keep learning. This is what our space is meant for. This is what the obedient movement is about. And this is why we let them go. When they snatch, they grab, and they run away. It's just that part of what we're going to be, when the time comes, we're going to teach our people how to stop, snatch, grab, and run away. And how to stop elements like these people that um, that came to do what he came to do. How do you deal with unpatriotic Nigerians? You know, we started off day before yesterday talking about how do you deal with unpatriotic, how to deal with an unpatriotic government, you know, so that whatever we do will be within the ambit of the law. So am I still audible?
Yes, you're audible, doctor. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I think at this point, before I let anybody, I'll just try to quickly stay on the topic a little, just to clarify something, so that since we already have this element for people to know, and like Pio said, protest is enshrined in Nigeria's constitution, so nobody can tell us not to protest. However, I said it again: keep the nation separate from the government. That's one of the key points. Keep the nation separate from the government. One of the things that Nigerians are not able to do is to separate between their people, that's your tribe, the government, and the nation. One of the reasons why Martin Luther King was able to deal with the founding fathers of America is because Thomas Jefferson, for example, was the one that wrote in America's Declaration. He said, all people are created equal, right? If you remember that statement that he made, which is part of America's Declaration. Now, America has been able to build an ideal that is completely different from Americans. And part of our job in the new Nigeria now is also to be able to separate Nigeria from her leaders. You know, even though there was a point in time where discrimination was part of America's constitution, you know, MLK and some of the civil rights people were able to fight because that distinction is there. And that you can imagine that there is no place in Nigeria's constitution that says that tribalism is part of what our code of conduct or anything. Any act or conduct of nepotism is against the Nigeria's constitution. Tribalism is against our constitution. But in America, there was a time where discrimination against Black people was enshrined in America's constitution. But because there is an ideal that is bigger than Americans, and I say this here because most of the founding fathers of the United States were how do I put it? They were slave owners. A slave owner is a criminal. They were anything but anything good and moral. But yet, within that system, there was an ideal bigger than the conduct and the behavior of Americans. And part of what we've been able to do and will continue to do in the new Nigeria now narrative, vis-a-vis the obedient narrative, vis-a-vis the new lovers and believers in the new Nigeria narrative, is to show people clearly what are the ideals of Nigeria as different from Nigerians, as different from the government, as different from our founding fathers. Because Nigeria is a victim. And you can see even by the actions. So you came out to say that you already know those who are going to ferment trouble. But yet you are asking the people who want to organize protests to submit their addresses, their identity. And like Deji said on Arise yesterday, he said, they already know who I am. They have my address. I'm a customer of DSS, of the military and the police. But that is even an indictment on them, because how come suddenly, with all the today looking, and you can imagine today somebody was kidnapped and we're trying to trace, because they started calling over to collect the ransom fund. And we have a government in Nigeria that's within our borders. I'm talking about today, the people that were kidnapped today. Our government does not have the identity of these people, and then we have NIN, we have identity card, and we have on record that some of the funds that are collected by these bandits and Boko Haram people have been channeled through our banking system. But yet, you are asking law-abiding Nigerians to submit, so it's laughable. But this is important to understand that these people are not acting by the ideals of Nigeria. And so do not cost Nigeria. If you want to deal with them, you deal with them adequately. And this is part of what we're doing, because we need to be able to separate. When you don't your country because of the behavior of a governor that is not acting Nigerian. You can't curse your country for a president that is not Nigerian. You can't curse your country for the behavior of people who are not Nigerian. It's important, So to ensure that you are always pro-nation or pro-Nigerian, even when you can see that the government is vehemently anti-Nigerian, it is important that in our campaigns, that as you go out, to protest, for instance, it's important to know that you can call for change of government, but never call for the destruction of your nation. These are the things we are preaching. And we need them, all of them, to come to our space, and then all that. And we've mentioned again, staying with the issue, which means that we must identify specific problems as part of why we are going out to do our protest, so that we are able to articulate what we think as part of the solutions as we are, as we go out. And also we restrict yourself, stay within reiterating the argument. If it's one thing that you have to keep repeating, just keep repeating that. Do not, for want of saying many things, get compromised. Do not be tempted to blame, persistently, on the problem of ethnicity or religion as you go out. Stay focused with the issue and deal with the conversation of hunger, of the pain, of the lack of equity, that we are facing in the nation. This becomes the fulcrum of how we go out. And I also mentioned idealizing our goals as we go out. So we couch this struggle, in an ideological fashion. We ensure that it's not personal, not allow our argument be derailed, but let it be driven by the principles and the values, that we're talking about. To stay with that, yeah. And then, of course, you mind your language, choose your words very carefully. People will do all they want to do to ensure that they trigger you. Stay within the objectivity, of the cause, and frame the goals, and the principles rightly. Stay within the law. Ensure that you're proactive, and prepare for the long term, because this is not the end of it. We fight today to fight another day and to continue. I think at this point, like I said, we're going to be talking about the tools of patriotic protest, but we can take a minute each so that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 hands up. Let them quickly just make their submissions, and then we can call it a day and be back here tomorrow.
Okay. I'm gonna go with the lady first. That's Mommy Polali first. We can take the rest. Polali.
Hello again, I am here. And Dr. Moore, I think it was one of the last things that you actually said, right? It's about when you go out there, it's very problematic if you choose to use violent rhetorics, right? While you're out there, you're actually looking for trouble, right? Let us be very clear. We said we want to end bad governance, and we have all of us, the social media. You will see where people have actually broken down, right? What it is that they want to see, what it is that needs to happen, right? So don't go out. I have said it on another space yesterday. Do not go out, right, and start talking about revolution, because revolution, it's not in the constitution. You have no cover, right? If you start going out like that and they arrest you on that basis, the Nigerian state, you know how they are already, they will cook up a case against you. Focus on the issues, just like Dr. Mo has said, right? If you're not clear about it, before you go out, make sure that you've searched, you found it, right? Each point that people have helped you, when they distilled those things that we are saying the government has to do, right? Go and look at that list, right? If you want to add to it, but do not be tempted to go out there and use violent rhetoric. Even if, for argument's sake, even if the protest, whilst it's being banned, once you're on the streets, it becomes organic, right? If that is where we get to, that is where we get to, right? I'm not advocating that we go out and be violent. No, I'm saying think about it. Keep to the issues. You people are hungry. People feel less secure than they ever have, right? Even in your bed, you can be kidnapped, right? You can't travel. If there's food inflation, there's so many things ailing the nation, right? So do not let anybody who himself, although they are arguing that the court, blah, 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 you are not him. You are an innocent Nigerian who just wants to get your point across, right? If they arrest you, they will lose you in the system, right? It is not worth that. So go in with a clear idea of what we are demanding from the government. Stick to that. Stick to that, right? That is what we need to do, because at the end of the day, we want everyone that goes out to come back home safe. It's not like I'm saying we are scared, we're not, right? But we need to stick within the confines of the law so that we do not give them, right, the evidence they want to use against us, right? Let us not give them that satisfaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this advice, Bonani. Let's go to Heads, or is it he
Yeah,
Heads?
as thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just want to, I hope you can hear me, but if you can't, just let me know. So I would say this, before I give my submission, I just want everyone here to understand that apart from my wife, Peter Obi and Dr. Dati Ahmed are the two people that can also be able to break my heart very easily, because by them declaring, just giving you like how I would feel when they announce that they are not going to do again, say they are not running again. I'll feel very bad because of my belief in them, and also my hope in them, because that hope that they give me for a transformational Nigeria, that they are able to transform Nigeria. So talking about transformation, I heard some people talk about transformational leadership. So one of the things, or one of the goals about transformational leadership, is that despite all the character that they have, which I know that Peter Obi has as well, they have one characteristics that they are able to set clear goals. I use that term "clear goals" because I read the letter that Kenneth Okonkwo submitted, and I also read the one that Balami submitted as well. But the way I felt is different from the way I felt when Balami submitted his letter is different from the way I felt when Kenneth Okonkwo submitted his. And the reason for that is because I didn't really feel like somebody left when Balami left, but the Kenneth leaving, in as much as I know people are still holding on and strong with the letter that Peter Obi released. But if you look at the reasons he gave, which we all have different way of interpreting the letter that he submitted. But for me, I feel that these are soldiers, and Peter Obi as the leader is like the general. But in a battlefield where you are losing your soldiers, you have to actually look back to say, okay, well, what is happening? What is making me? Because today it's Kenneth Okonkwo. Tomorrow we don't know who that person might be, and we can't keep losing people due to one or two reasons. And we say, okay, yes, we'll keep moving. Yes, we'll keep moving for sure. We'll stick to the end. 2027 is my deadline. If we pass that 2027, definitely I'm not even going to be up and doing this, one Nigeria and fighting for that Nigeria, because I know that will be the end of it all. So I'm still hoping that Peter Obi will be the presidential candidate and the ticket, for that election. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, the whole thing, he will not be able to run for presidency without being in a party, being Labour Party or any other party. It has to, be on the ballot. So looking at what the some of the reasons he gave, it not necessarily doesn't really mean that they expect him to take the leadership of Labour Party, because we live overseas and we can see some of the things that are happening in Nigeria, especially in Labour Party and some other things, and we can read the signs in the room. We can tell that this could have been done like this, if he had, because Peter Obi, believe it or not, is a global brand, is somebody that when he speaks, people listen. When he makes comment on things, people that were having this mindset before might end up changing. But from the letter that man gave, the reasons he gave, looking at the national convention and all of those things that happened in Abia, we as the obedient people that are actually, doing the whole drive, we saw what happened in Abia, and we expected a different kind of result at the end of the day, for some, things and adjustment to be taken. And also we saw the gathering with those people that founded the Labour Party in Abuja as a result of some of the.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Sorry.
Just
Yeah, I'll just quickly run. So we saw some of the things they also did. So we saw the version of Aburi in Abia. Saw another version of those that say they founded the Labour Party in Abuja. So for we as the obedient, I can speak for myself and some other people. We were actually rooting for those people in Abuja, because the one Aburi did, we found it very disrespectful to us, and Dream not respecting our effort and our drive for that better Nigeria. So we saw that as a result of that, we don't want to go with the side of Abure because of what I showed. So we wanted a situation where this convention thing should be kind of restructured and everything carried along and all of that. So we're not seeing that happening, and for me, time is very sensitive. Time is running out. And I don't know, the last time I was on the space with Dr. Mo, I think that was like 2 months ago, I heard him say they are working on something, and soon enough there's going to be rolled out, and I look forward to that thing coming up soon. And today again, I've heard him say it again, that there's also working on something. So for me, I'm that person that when there's a timeline, I have that sense pattern paradox mindset, that you have to set a deadline to be able to achieve something. So now that you've said it today again, today is July 28th, I'm going to mark it down, and maybe in another 2-3 months time and there's still nothing, I'm still also going to remind you that 2 months ago you said this, and today again you said this, and 3 months later. So for we, it's just we need a clear set of direction. It doesn't have to be that he tells them, but just guide them and tell them what to do. You don't have to be in the forefront. From behind the scene, we can be seeing that yes, you are telling these people what to do. Because at the end of the day, if Abure is on that ticket, he stands to be compromised and he can kick out Peter Obi, and that will leave us partyless. So for we, I don't want that. I want him to still be the party ticket, to be the nominee. And please, we cannot, let us keep watching and seeing what is happening. We can't keep losing soldiers. It's sad that he left, but tomorrow another person can still leave. What is the reason why they are leaving? You have to look at that, then try to address that reasons. That's all I have to say, guys. Thank you, and have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, Ed, for
Shola, unfortunately, we have to keep readdressing things over and over again for people to get it. In the last 2 months, if you know the number of people that have moved to us, and I'm not talking about just street people, including the national vice chairman of APC, whom I had to introduce to PO. And like I said, sometimes I just wish, anyway, and it's okay to say it, there are things that we would not discuss open spaces. But for the sake of the discussion here, it would be good if more of us can just ask questions and do more of inboxing, so it can help. But like I said, we're going to take time to explain some things. And I said it here. My first discussion with Pio, he said, Mo, I know I'm going to be alone. I said, you will not be alone. He said, no, I'm telling you that many people are going to leave, including people that you would not believe. And they are going to leave. But it's okay. As they are leaving, more people are coming. And like I said, it's also because for many of us, this is why you have to separate the obedient movement from political. We are not a political party, and I agree with you. But I also mentioned that the reason why the framework we're putting in place has to be thought through is because we've never had an ideological movement like we had it in 2022, 2023. A movement that cuts across religious divide, political divide, and also ethnic divide. That's what the obedient movement is about. It cuts across this. So it's something that must be thought through so that when we have that framework, we can work with it. And it's been worked on. And people are leaving. Some people, and not even much people, just a few people are leaving because, number one, some feel that PO should just remove all these people from Labour Party and put new people. It doesn't work like that. And it shouldn't work like that. And it doesn't matter how highly exalted you have placed some of the people who are living. What is what they are feeling, and you can't change it. You can't do anything about it. Nigeria is a very complex, space, especially politically. And there are many things I would never, even if you put a knife to my throat, I'm never going to say it on this space until when we have closed door meetings, because the obedient movement, we are the only people that come on space, open spaces, to talk about our fundraising, to talk about account statements, to talk about who has collected what and has collected. All the problem we are seeing, even with the Labour Party, they are nothing compared to what is going on in other parties. That's not an excuse, but it's important for us to understand. And when I hear people say, oh, there's no time, no, we have time. We actually do have time. Even for I can talk about some of the things, that we're dealing with at the back end, but we're doing a pretty job of that. And why don't we continue in the following? Because at the end of the day, you see the water challenge, the boreholes, you see the meetings that PO is having. That's the energization of the obedient movement. And I keep saying we're not in the campaign season, and Habure is not our problem. That is not to say that he's been. Did Habure say he's going to bring a new Nigeria? It's PO. And you are forgetting that this is somebody that was a billionaire before he was 35. He's been a state governor for 8 years. After 8 years, the success of Anambra till today is hinged on what he has done. Let's trust, let's even allow, let's just hear him out. Can we just follow him and not get, worked up by, the things that are happening, and people leave. More people are going to leave. So if that's what you hear, they're going to leave. And guess what? People are going to leave. Some people are going to say, because you are working with Dr. Mo, I don't like him, I'm going to go. Other people will say, if today they say, oh, they bring somebody else and say he's the chairman of the party, we're still going to have complaints. But that is not to say that he's not going to go, but things must happen. And he said it. Go and read my conversation with him today. There are many things he said that I cannot even put on paper. He said, as governor, I left when I lost. People said we should burn down the place. And I said, no. He said at a certain point he was going to the court alone for 3 years. That didn't happen during the presidential election. But the moment he won, He told me today, he said, Mo, all the people that are leaving us will come back. It is normal. I have been through this part. So I need us to understand as obedient movement that he's not sleeping over it. This is somebody that attends 3 to 4 meetings in different states every day. That's what we need. Follow his activities. He has changed the status quo of politics. We are still, we are fixated with the old mindset of how things are done. What is bringing to the table is a complete new narrative, and it's important for us to cue in so that we're not tossed to and fro by every wind of this. Another person will now, when somebody goes, oh, thank goodness, should we start announcing the names of the people and the meetings we're having with ex-governors and people who are willing and just that are joining us every day? Is it because we're not talking about them and putting them on the
I
front
beg,
pages
Doctor
of
Doctor
newspapers?
Mo, leave it, leave it, leave it. I can't. If you know how many times PO himself has been directly asked that question and he has given them an answer, there's no other answer. No matter how many times you ask it, the answer's the same. And if they are unwilling to accept that, well, then that's up to them. Do whatever they feel that can allow them to sleep at night. So what do they want? They want PO to say, all right, everybody in the executive council, everybody uh, who hold national or state level positions are sacked, blah, 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 blah. What is it you actually want? Because, okay, those people that left because of politics, right? Because they don't want to live fallow, they don't want to wait, right? It is, people say it's problematic. How is it problematic? How? Whoever's going to stand with you will stand with you regardless. Are you not here? They will go. Yes, I love Kenneth Okonkwo, right? I love Isaac Balami, but they have chosen a different path, right? It is not about PO, it's about them, right? The Labour Party, like you rightly said, had always been a structure for hire, right? And we going in there is what changed it. However, we are still fighting the old system, but we can't fight it from the outside. I mean, how many of our elected officers, those in the legislative arm, even our executive government, how many of them are coming out and showing threads on social media? How about now? That question, it now irritates me. Go and work out how a political party functions, and it will let you understand why PDP is stuck today. You can't go in there and get rid of everybody willy-nilly. You cannot. But you can work and continue to work and persuade your way into positions. But it's still going to take time. We don't have time. We don't have time. Okay, what do you want to do instead? Or do you not know that even if we start a new political party, right, with the same deadwood that we have not fully recognized it, do you think we're going to get to the destination any quicker? Come on now. I'm not going to ask that question again. PO has answered it too many times. Too many times. And yet you people will answer it again. Kenneth Okonkwo is one man, Balami is one man. In fact, if 100 of these so-called people who you regard as your leaders or influencers leave, the movement will continue, right? And the job to rescue Nigeria will go on. Stop bellyaching about Labour Party. PO is not sitting on his ass doing nothing. But because he's not coming to tell you on social media, you people keep on. Dr. Mo, no, that question we shouldn't be answering it anymore. Oh my God.
No,
No, but we have
Mama B, it's
answered
beautiful.
it because the
I
first
know,
time
but
and the second time and the third time going into one ear
oh yeah,
and it's coming out of the other, right?
and I
Apply
think
critical
we would
reasoning
still
to it now. Why, if PO could have got any of those guys into leadership position because he felt that that's the position that will help move the party and the movement, PO still would not have done it, right, in a way that doesn't follow due process. I don't understand. I don't know what the people. It's one man. You're not dragging all your elective members in the house. No, you're not dragging them to come and sort out the Labour Party. Did they not win elections on that platform? So it is PO you people always want to drag. Come off it. It's a PO cannot, what you want him to do is undemocratic. And PO will never do something that is undemocratic. Abba now, what's the problem?
You're right. He's never going to
He's not
do it,
going to
and it's
do it.
important for
Right? If you want to get into a position, go to your ward, go and join Labour Party, begin to influence people from the grassroots. You will then move through the ranks. As you're moving off each rung of that ladder, you will be changing people's mindset, right? That's how you do it, not this imposed.
and that
What else can you do?
and that's even one part. But for those in the obedient movement who also feel like they don't want to be a part of the labor, that's still beautiful. But it's important to note, Mama B, thank you, that during the struggle in South Africa, many do not know that when Mandela was in prison, do you know that the entire movement actually are taking part with the white guys in South Africa? And when they came to Mandela, you know that they are signing agreements. He said, okay, that's fine. That all of you can do that, but just know that I'm not a part of it. You know, there's this example I usually give for people to understand what leadership is. And that's why we're here. I'm not even bothered or angry, but we will keep reiterating and helping and growing on learning and relearning. When we talk about influencers, because of how our society is wired, people think that obedience or young people that have 1 million followers, 2 million followers, 500 followers, they are influencers. No, they're not influencers. That you have people following you on your social media and that's not influence. Influence, to be an influencer, what it means is that when you choose a path, a difficult path that nobody is following, you will continue on that path until everybody follows you. That's an influencer. An influencer, the creator of X is an influencer. It's not you that have 5 million followers. You are taking, because today he can decide we all will not meet here and all our data will disappear. That's influence, not those who run in the front of it and you are having 1 million followers. No, you are just somebody who is using the vehicle. You're not an influencer. These are the kinds of discussions that help to build our ideology. You could have just 20 people following you, but when you drop a message, and we need to get our people, some of the most naive, ignorant, and useless people on all the platforms are people who bought followers and have, talk nonsense. You're just sharing. You have no idea your own. You only steal other people's stuff. You're not a leader. POE is a reputable leader. I am a leader. I told PO, I said, I'm not, when people say, oh, more they are going to buy, I'm not doing what I'm doing for PO. PO is a beneficiary of what I'm doing. I've been on this path for 20 years. Abdulkas is here. I'm a co-founder of Amumu Don't Do. I fought all the government, Jonathan, Buhari, all of them. For most of us here, we just happen to align. And if you're not aligning, if what PO has inside is not what is inside you, it's a matter of time. He's going to go. And this is why I keep reiterating. It's good to have a political party, but the obedient movement is not a political party. And that's why, and I heard you when you asked the question, the framework is taking time because it has to take into cognizance the fact that there are obedient movements in New Zealand, in Canada, in America, everywhere. There's obedient movement all over the African countries. I was in shock when we got to Ghana with PO. These people, obedient movement from Kenya, they came. So it's not just something that you just sit down and, take AI and just put together and say, oh, okay, this is a framework. No, these are human beings, real people. We've been having debates and discussion and arguments just because of the way forward. And yet, until it's perfected to a particular point, no, you don't want to come here and say, okay, no, but it's going to be done. Believe it. there is a bigger plan. Just know that there's a bigger plan, and that's good enough. And yeah, we're not angry, but don't make us keep reiterating issues and ask questions. You said something that was very germane for me. You're not here. And I say to people, I'm on ground. When people talk about Northern Nigeria, I tell them, I swear to you, the place that we went to in Brendan Kebbi to go and put borehole, the people there, if you go there and talk nonsense about people, you won't live there alive. They're not on Facebook. They don't even have telephone. We just left Ankpa. Do you know where Ankpa is? Do you know where it's called Olamaboro? Do you know what? Have you heard that name before? We had to go there with almost 30 security people. No, there is nobody in PO's class that would ever pass through that death trap and road. Do you know what this man is doing? Do you know the kind of risks we take? Because this is not a show. We're bent on the long road to changing people, mindset, ensuring that we touch base with real Nigerians, real places. This is what the work is. And so when people make argument, and I reiterate again, can you ensure that your own boot is covered? You are the one that will cover your boot. PO can only cover his own boot. You cover your own boot. Let's have a representation of people in all the local government, in all the wards, in all physically present. And I remember what he said to the young man. He said, you are from the Northeast. The best thing you can do for me is to go there and ensure. Don't sit in Abuja. I mean, Kenneth Okonkwo is and I respect him. He's a brother. I still spoke with him. I still honor him. You can't sit in Abuja and be talking. The only help you can give to us is to go to your local government and protect the vote. So guys, we're working on all of this. And guess what? We're even going to, it's just that we can't do it on an open space, but we have looked at what went wrong, what did not happen. And I said it lastly in 1 minute. To win an election, 1, you have to vote. 2, power has to be negotiated. 3, it has to be protected. All we did in the last election was vote. Of course, we had more than 10 million people who voted. Yeah. But going by INEC standard, I can tell you here, and let me tell you, there has been negotiations of power that has been going on. And PO is right at the top of it. Quote me anywhere. It's not going to be on X Space. It's not going to be on social media. It's happening. Shola, we can probably just take 1 minute of submissions so that we can close and go for today.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Yeah, these days we in Nigeria don't sleep anymore because we need to. Our eyes are, now wide open. We're counting down. So, please, official Driziga, let's quickly take your submission. Please, I beseech you all, just 1 minute so that we can. Thank you. Official Driziga, if you're there, please.
Well, thank you very much, Charles, and everyone who is still here at this time. I think what I want to just say is that we all need to try to bear with PO, because sometimes some of the things that happen, we feel like things should happen a bit more drastically or a bit more aggressively. But I think at some point I took out time to try to study how he approaches things, and to me it embodies most of the core values of all nonviolent movements. And it's anchored on the reality that nature is always on the side of justice, and eventually justice will always prevail. So that's what I think that, underlines most of the things that he does. And since I realized that, that has really helped me to understand his approach to things. So Kenneth Okonkwo is someone that I know very well, and he's a person of integrity to the best of my knowledge. But I also understand sometimes
we may also misunderstand the other person. And when Dr. Mo was reading what Pio said, I was not surprised at all. So the thing is that I just want to encourage us. And then this movement, we need to also teach. Training is at the core of every movement. Boot camps, getting people to understand the essence of the movement, what we believe in, what when Mahatma Gandhi was leading, there has to be clarity. There has to be clarity of the person and the personality of people. I have no doubt at all that at the end of the day, Pio will be elected president. But we all have to keep that faith and keep working. So that's what I want to say. The other thing I want to suggest is that sometimes when people are having their hands up, the temptation is to keep trying to talk, but we need to listen to one another also. Even the young man that was talking, and there was, a lot of rush at trying to explain to him. I saw that Mo was very quiet and just waiting for him to finish. I don't think that the impressions he was trying to make are very, very common. And I know what Dr. Mo had posted. Dr. Mo was just responding to accusations being made to PO about almost being responsible for everything in Nigeria. And he was saying, fine, if you guys thought that he was responsible for everything, then you could as well hand over the reins of governance to him so that he could take responsibility and address those things. So I think we could have given Dr. Mo the opportunity to explain to the young man, Benga, what he was trying to talk about. So I want to thank everyone, Bolande and Scholes and Dr. Mo and everyone here. Let's keep faith and let's understand that injustice. You see, the thing is, the non-violence movement can take violence, but will never inflict it. We can take disappointment, betray us, but we will never do it. That is what matters. And eventually, like I will always say, I may not win, but my values will always win. People need to understand the movement. And there has to be clarity of what we want to achieve. What we want to achieve is for Pio to be president, and we have to look at the pathway. We are not trying to bring anarchy and power to lie on the street so that another violin can pick it up. We need to be very clear about what we're doing and the strategy, and educate our people through boot camps, through spaces, like one of the things that we're doing at the moment. So I want to thank everyone, and I believe that at the end of the day, we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Official Riziga, for your submission. I believe that we are on the right path, and definitely we're going to get to that place by God's grace. Let's move to I'm trying to okay, so let's take God's will. Nwako, the mic is over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just joined late, but I had read the letter, and I just have just a few things to say, and that is one, P2B is a moral leader. Okay, it's not. It comes once in a million years. As a matter of fact, you might have a nation that somebody like Pio never comes around. Okay, has never been able to come around. It's almost impossible for you to see a politician that grew up from the ranks in Nigerian political system that does not have a baggage. I mean, there's never in the history of Nigeria have you had to say, go dig out any baggage from my past, and if you're able to pull something out, I will step down. Nobody, not even those that have been previous leaders or current leaders. Why is this important for us to take note of this? It's important because Nigeria is like a patient with stage 4 cancer. Stage 4 cancer does not, clinical care alone is not enough to fix where Nigeria is right now. Nigeria needs more than clinical care. Nigeria requires healing. a healing that can be carried out by a moral leader like Pio. And we might have a situation where somebody can bully himself into office, manipulate the system to get into office. That person will not be able to heal Nigeria the way Nigeria needs to build. And that is why we have to stand behind this moral leader, because he has the capacity, he has the gravitas to be able to bring that healing that Nigeria will require to be able to become a nation. All these other things we're doing is just distractions. It's not going to work. Because at the end of the day, what gravitas is somebody that has a baggage? What gravitas do you have to stand in Asurok or stay in Asurok and be telling people to do the right thing? When they will look at you, they'll say, after all, no be you way. After all, what right do you have? After all, no. So you can't even stand on righteousness, on the platform of righteousness, to demand accountability, to demand transparency, to demand probity from subnationals or from your cabinet members or even from your lawmakers, because they are privy to your baggage. And as long as you cannot be able to command that sort of righteousness, you are not going to be able to heal the nation. There's going to be cracks, and we will continue on this path of decline. So it is important that we appreciate the kind of leader that we have, why we're standing behind this leader, why this leader is the only leader in our lifetime. Unless you can find somebody that can come out and say, if you have any baggage about me, go bring it out. I don't see anybody, not within our age group, that is currently serving in public office. None. And you need that morality, because at the end of the day, we are going to have to do a lot of repairs, not just within the domestic scene, but also the foreign international scene. The perception people are going to look at Nigeria after now. You think it's just to collect loan, to go about begging, getting IMF loans and all that is going to be attached with so many conditions that you have to collateralize with your future production of crude oil, like they're having with Dangote, and they're struggling to find crude oil to put in his refinery. That is not how you build a nation. It's not about loans or debt that you have to collateralize. It's about investment. Funding organization looking at, okay, how am I going to take some equity? How am I going to invest? Expecting returns, not fixed interest payments. So that they're invested, they come in, they bring their resources, the organization bring their resources, bring their expertise, bring their technology, bring their experience, so that by the time they come in with their infrastructure, you have a functional infrastructure that they can replicate from their Western practices, their best practices. That is how you inspire, and attract opportunities and investment. It's not this one they are doing right around collecting loans. How many lists of companies have evacuated Nigeria's economic scene? And you think that you're going to bring good companies like Microsoft and Toyota and Tesla to Nigeria? That's not going to happen. But with Pio, I see a situation where because he's now a global personality, I see a situation whereby they're going to say, okay, we know this guy, we trust this guy. The people are ready to put their work, put their hard work behind. They call it elbow grease here in the US. Elbow grease. Put their elbow grease behind this guy. And as long as the people have the belief and the trust and the confidence of this moral leader, every nation on earth will be wanting to invest in every single Nigeria, 200 million of us in Nigeria, without even blinking, without even thinking about it, because they know that the environment, that the community, that the nation is led by somebody that inspires the entire population.
So please wrap up
So at the end of the day,
because of
I
time.
get a lot of this, but at the end of the day, we cannot let this opportunity pass us by, no matter the distractions. The moral leader we have right now comes once in a million years, and we have to embrace it with both hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Goswe. Sorry, my network shut me out of this. Couldn't hear the space for a while. Okay, so yeah, please let's try to stick to the 1 minute, 60-second submission, please. Okay, so let's go to temp. Sorry, temp. 1 minute, please.
No problem. Good evening, Abi. Good morning, everybody. I'll try to be as brief as possible. Now, every human being has his or her reasons for what he or she does. So I try not to interfere or question or try to draw inference from whatever decisions you make for whatever your actions are. I did read Kenneth Okonkwo's later, and it is choice, it is decision. But let's ask ourselves this question: if I am or I was Kenneth Okonkwo, I will ask myself this question: leaving Peter Obi on that premise, would it not mean that I am leaving him exposed to danger, knowing the kind of environment that we are operating in? You see, for whatever reason that he did what he did, if I have issues or have challenges with somebody I revere as a leader, I would never bring it to the public. I'd rather go to you and tell you these are the reasons why I'm leaving you, and it is settled between me and you, and I don't bring it to the public. So let us not try to sugarcoat or try to make it look as if it's his choice. But writing that letter was wrong on a lot of levels. I am a very, very blunt person. I am very, very direct. I don't like beating around the bush. That said, I spent the better part of yesterday pointing out this particular issue, calling out names, that because you don't open a space and talk about P2B, and I'll take it from you. Dr. Mo, I pray and I hope that you will continue, because falling means you're giving up hope. Somebody is writing a letter that you're leaving a Labour Party for APC, and I should praise you. But I will never talk about it. I pray and I hope that you continue. And I want you to also go back to Peter Obi and tell him that, look, the world will have to freeze over. The world, I would, if he does anything, I will send him a DM. But the world will have to freeze over before I will come to public and I will diss him. Take that to the bank. I yield.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So okay. So let's quickly go to let's take a ladies. Noella Pearl, please, let's take your submission. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Domo. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, everybody. Um, so the last time I was here, this is my second time here. I talked about vote, waiting to election date for us to. I talked about if we're going to have to go and protest, everybody has to come out. It's not just going to the street and all of that. And I said voting is the right time to actually do it. And today I was just even talking about peace treaty with people. Like, we shouldn't even go for the protest. We should have a peace treaty with the government or something to, let's state our own, but peacefully state what we want, right? Because one thing I know, and another thing I want to suggest is we can have tech journalists, because what exactly happened in the election was because journalists were not even there to monitor some things about the machines and all of that. If we can have technical journalists be brought together to be able to work with PO and all of that. If Kenneth Okonkwo wants to leave, one thing I understand about Tinubu is that he's a loyalist, right? It's people are loyal to him because he's a mastermind. He has started planning this thing for a very long time. So we have to be patient with PO, work, because as a leader, you need to be a transformational leadership and a peaceful leader. That's what makes you exceptional. When people talk about you, there is peace, there is harmony, there's you're not looking for trouble. So he's going to take it off. It's just using an example as Jesus when he came. It's the same thing like now. If you want to be a leader, you should understand that a peaceful leader is what you need. And Nigeria needs to understand that for investments, And for us to grow the economy, we need to help small businesses scale. If we help small businesses to scale and do well, we will help the economy. And also we can bring other people to train us, like the white, like if we want other people to come and invest, if they can tell our people to do the work, I think that will go a very, very long way. So I'm just saying that I want to say thank you to Dr. Mo for all the things he's doing, PO, and let us continue to do the whole mind revolution for everybody. Talk to people, let them understand the right things to do and how to go about it. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Pearl. Okay, let's quickly take Kenny. Kenny 234. Okay, 1 minute, please. Oh, Kenny 1234. I mean Kenny 234. Okay, let's take Alien X. Alien X, please. 1 minute submission. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Mo, I've seen the great idea you are having about really educating a lot of us, mostly by calling Dr. Chidoka, if I got the name correct, Odinakalu, Chidi Odinakalu, if I got the name. Sorry if I messed up the name.
Odinakalu.
Okay,
Chidi.
yes. Okay,
Odinakalu.
okay, yes. To the space to educate us. But please, Dr. Mo, one special request. If you can help us with empowerment, economic empowerment summit. I tell you, inside these Tinubu things they read, if you can do something like that for us, I will appreciate. Number two, this is a DM from someone to me. The person said I should ask you, Dr. Mo, would you ever leave Labour Party and would you ever leave Peter Obi? That is the question. And number three question is, please, I know I've heard Mommy Bolanle and other people say, one person has gone, we should move on, and so on and so forth. But I think along the road, there are some of these people. Is there a plan to just look for a way to recall them? We're not forcing anybody back, but I feel there should be a plan to recall some of these people. Maybe at the heat of the moment, they left and so on and so forth. So is there any need to recall some of these people again? Because let's not lie to ourselves. Some of them were great assets to us. So these are my questions. And please, for those people on the space, Peter Obi has just tweeted that nobody should victimize Kenneth Okonkwo, send death threats to him, or insult his personality, or call him a mole for leaving us. So we should take it in faith and move on. I think the Labour Party called him a mole or something, but we should not go that route, and we should understand that there will be differences and people would always have differences, but we should stay true to what we believe in and forge on. So I'll leave the mic for now, and please, Dr. Mo, if you can answer, but if you cannot answer, it's fine. I understand. Thank you.
I will answer because it's important. So quickly, you talked about empowerment. When Wike spoke to the senator of the FCT, denigrating and calling her names, I decided to do a quick work, and do some research. And then I called her up and spoke to her, had a meeting with her, and I realized that she's done so much because she's a mentee of PO. PO said to me, Mo, up until now, and one of the reasons why I travel with him is just to be able to document. He doesn't like it, but I do it. I said, sir, you always think that people that you are doing it for, no. If you know the amount of work PO did in Anambra State, so this is the mindset. And Senator Ireti has the same mindset. PO would do a job and say, because you need PR and you need funds, you need media. So if you do a job of 10 million, you're going to need 1 million to 2 million, depending on how you want to publicize it. And for him is, hey, to fiakwa, 2 million, 3 I would take that money, add more money, and do a project. And that's what this woman was doing, you know. But now, like we told him, as we go to Ankpa, we'll put those things out. So we don't need to now start digging up things again when the time comes, you know, all the boreholes and all the children, all the schools that has been given 10 million here, 10 million there. We have put everything out, get media, and then, of course, with the obedient movement, and all of us will spread the message so that it's all over the place. And I realized that there is no, and I say it, no senator in Nigeria here today has done half of what Senator Ireti has done. But she did not publicize anything. For the first time, I sat down with her, got all her aides, and I started articulating all the work that she has done. Some of the street lights that she put, they have GPS to it. And I so you can follow them. But she did not do anything in Maitama, in Asokoro, in Gwarimpa, in Life Camp. She went to Karmajiji. She's building a hospital in Dobi. So when you see people sit in town, you know, and this is where we need to also, part of our job as obedient, to also research, become critical, and be able to speak. The FCT minister sits on 1.2 trillion with another supplementary budget of 93 billion. You can't drive in town. What? Because politicians, they are very wise, and because Nigerians are very easy people. We are not really very deep people, and that's why we're saying that we need to start having classes where we can start teaching and going deep, because POE is deep, and people that are following him are deep, you know. So look at what Wiki does, and if you look at it on, you know, on the political angle, it's like quick wins. What he did was just to connect the things, the flyover in Wuye. He does some things quickly in Metama. He's scraping road in the secretariat where people are passing and everybody is just clapping. You are forgetting he's sitting on 1.2 trillion, 98 billion. He's sitting on huge money and just painting the street where people can see and people are clapping for him. But the people who are really working for the indigents and where people live, who don't have water, who don't have roads, who don't have anything, with a very tiny budget, because the office of the senator is really, the budget fund lies with the minister, you know. So I had to explain, and then I started helping to publicize this work. And if you go on a timeline, just go and look at Ireti on, before everybody just goes there to go and insult her. And I like, we did not do all this work to put a woman there who is prepared to do the job. This woman is 70 years old. She does not need anything. This is the wife of when you hear Kingibe, that's Abiola and Kingibe. She doesn't need anything. All her children are not even in the country. She's using her salary to pay jam fees for over 2,000 people and all of that, but not being publicized. So I decided to do that. So there are some grants that are also coming, not much, but they can help. And we've helped some of the indigenous in the last couple of weeks. So I hear you, and I'm saying this, that we'll try and see how we can bring some of these grants to. The thing is that, you know, if we have 50, we can take 10 and give to the obedient people. I don't think that's bad. So I'm going to see how I can creatively do something to ensure that some of us can participate in that and help, because honestly, it's over now. Even before now, at the fee they give like 50K, 40K, it can't reach time where you say 5K. Now, if you ask me for 1K, you go wait too, because there's 1K anywhere. So that is to answer
Of
your
urgent
question,
2K, urgent one.
you know. So we'll try and look at that empowerment to help some of us and see how we can do that. If you read Pio's tweet, which I read in this place, Pio was categoric. He's still talking with these people. Balami, I'm still best friends with Balami. I know that a lot of people hated. There was a tweet that I did with this guy that used to insult Pio. What's his name again? My friend, Deji. Deji was the only person that followed me twice to DSS when DSS called me during those protests. I won't mention some of the names that I called, and they told me, hey, Dr. Mo, say we are warning you, are not hearing. You are going to do protests. Oh yeah, they go by yourself. Oh. If I call some of these veterans' name, you guys will not believe it. Deji was in law school then. He left school and came and ensured that he was with me. I was invited by 10 o'clock on Friday. We sat down till 6 p.m. and he told me, he said, okay, well, I think they are going to take you in. I said, okay. So I gave him my wife's number. I gave him some other people's number. Dr. Sam was not there because that's my lawyer. I gave him the number, and I said, if this happens, this is what you're going to do. What am I saying? You need to understand Deji. Deji likes PO, but for following, see, you have to be afraid of social media. I was with him just a few days ago, and he was telling me that, see, PO, anyway, Dr. Mo, now. But you come out and just talk one nonsense, and then we'll start causing. Let's ignore him. And I need with every sense of the word. I'm using that opportunity to say this. See, PO is still in touch with these people. And guess what, like you said, yes, there's a window. He told me, he said, Dr. Mo, all of them will come back. It has happened before in Anambra. It's happening again. And guess what? Even when I saw Balami 3 days ago, we talked about it and I said, well, my own was that I don't see how you go and be praising this APC government, because honestly, even Ndume and some of these people, they've come out to say this, what these people are doing are not good. Was not to do that. Number 3, will I ever leave? Even if PO leave, I'm here. Let me tell you what I told PO. He said, Dr. Mo, don't talk about, and I mean, it can be recorded, that's fine. It's not a secret. He said, you have been writing about Labour Party. You are with me. You are seeing what I'm doing. Why are you? I said, sir, you taught me that it is better to do the right thing and fail than to do the wrong thing and succeed. If they misbehave, I will talk about them. I didn't beg you to carry me anywhere. For those who are thinking, and I'm saying it here, is this a recorded space? Till today, I don't call you. You call me 5 times, 3 times. Yes, it's a privilege and an honor. I didn't beg for it. I've been on this part of my life for the last 20 years. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 or 20 years from now. What happened to you, it can happen to me. I'm a politician, I'm a PhD, I'm an activist, I'm a father, I'm a grassroots mobilizer. I can be the president of Nigeria. And I'm your protege and your mentor. I won't fail posterity. So I'm not doing it, I'm doing it for Nigeria. PO just happens the one that epitomizes our collective energy and essence. But no, Dr. Mo, is better than PO because PO is older than me. Anybody younger than me is better than me. PO will exit before me. And this message is for all obedience. Our resolve, our tenacity, our character, we must be stronger than PO. We must. If not, how else can we take over from him? Just in case you are thinking, we'll leave. If PO can be bribed out, I'm not. I don't belong to that. I'm not sellable. I'm not bendable. I'm not buyable. I want us to be part of the program with Professor Odinkalu. Let's share it and let's be a part of it. Bolanle, Dr. David, I'm going to need all of us to come here and deal with it. It's a program. It's something that Ezekwesili has been doing. It's one of the most grounded. It's actually an obedient program that she has been doing. And we should all be part of it because it's going to be the narrative of the discussions we're having here. I just tweeted about it. We should all be here because we're going to be deepening the discussions that we're talking about. Policies, politics, governance. And some of you should register and be part of that because the intention is to plant people into the Nigerian system. It's part of what I'm doing with the senator, right? We cannot win until we plant people into the system. If those who are not patriotic are doing it, what do you think we're going to do? We must do that. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Mo. I think the mic still has to go back to you at this point for your final remark. Thank you.
We will be meeting tomorrow for the singular reason of the fact that we need to, because we're going to be dealing with, we're using this period as an opportunity to help I mean, these are things we already have in place, but tomorrow we're going to be dealing with tools of patriotic protest. Remember, our discussions, our dealing are not just for what is going to happen on August 1st. No, everything we are dealing with, as a matter of fact, goes beyond the 4 years of the cycle of election. It's out the agenda of the obedient movement, which is the agenda of Nigeria. It's bigger than our tribe and it's bigger than any government, including when PO will become president and leave, we will continue because we are putting together a framework and the groundwork for generations to come. We are reshaping the culture of how we go about all the things that we're talking about, the systemic change that we're creating. So we'll be back here again, 10 p.m. tomorrow. I'm going to set the space and we're going to have a fantastic discussion, staying within the context of tools for patriotic protests. Go and study it and come and make fantastic submissions. And we would, of course, talk about the things that are happening. And like I told you, we're not discussing strategic things regarding what is going on. Whatever you want to do, you can inbox and we can talk about it. Good night and God bless you. I want to thank each and every one of us who have spoken and made submissions today. There are so many requests. For those who could not, you'll be here tomorrow. We will engage, we will fellowship. Our energies will be tied together. I'll bring update concerning PO's daily engagement. And also we'll talk about the things we've done in the past vis-a-vis our teaching and going. You know, our structure is just 3 times in a week, but because of what is going to happen on the first, we're taking advantage of that to stretch and be able to host tomorrow, next tomorrow, until when we do that. And then, of course, everybody should be a part of the engagement with Professor Chidi Odinkalu. Thank you and have a wonderful morning, night, and afternoon, regardless of where you are. Good night.